to in the news right now, obviously the Gerald Ford Strike Group in the Eastern Mediterranean. You have the Eisenhower Battle Group that is now coming out of the Persian Gulf and is now going to operate further south in the Gulf of Aden. You've heard of the USS Mason. Obviously, USS Carney is doing a phenomenal job. Those sailors out there today and the Navy are doing a great job. What is going to happen now is you're going to have other ships join this coalition that Secretary Austin put together, and you're going to be able to have both capability and larger numbers of ships to safeguard those sea lanes of communication to ensure that the maritime traffic can freely operate in that region without threat.
So if I'm one of these companies like BP or Maersk or any of these, why would I put my ships through there until we do what you want done?
Think back to the late 1980s when you had the Iran and Iraq war going on. We were escorting tankers. What they called the tanker wars were going on, and the tankers going in and out of the Middle East were being targeted. There was an Operation Earnest Will that allowed us to escort those tankers to make sure that there was free passage for them and that they were able to do it safely without threats from either Iraq or Iran when they were involved in their war and the targeting of shipping was occurring.
It shows that these conflicts just go on, don't they?
Unfortunately, yes. And then when you really look at it, who's the root cause of every single one of the destabilizing actions in the Middle East? It is Iran. Number one state sponsor of terrorism. And at some point in time, after 40 years in killing hundreds of Americans, Iran needs to be held accountable for their actions.
Retired Navy Commander Kirk Lippold, thank you so much for joining us. Great to talk to you again.
Thank you very much. Wonderful to be on the show.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-251-8381 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-251-8381. That's 800-251-8381. What do you have to lose? Call 800-251-8381. That's 800-251-8381.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. It's that time of year again. So I'm going to give you some advice because, you know, I love to make sure you're happy. Do what I did last year and what I'm going to do again this year. And that is make her happy with Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. So good, they sell out every single year. They sold out last year. They're going to sell it again this year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Soft, silky, totally luxurious. Better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. Here's the best part. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy and to make you happy. But you have to hurry before it's gone. Go to Pajamagram today for naturally nude pajamas. That's naturally nude pajamas at pajamagram.com. Tell them Rich sent you.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at ibx.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A code blue is in effect in the city through the rest of the morning. Police believe the man arrested for the slashing attacks in Pennypack Park is also the Fairmount Park rapist from 20 years ago. And the Colorado Supreme Court has banned Donald Trump from the state's presidential primary ballot.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account. And use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, December 20th, 2023. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. A record 7.5 million people expected to travel by plane this holiday season. Fox's Marianne Rafferty giving us the details.
Airlines are working hard to avoid a repeat of last year where millions were stranded in airports across the country last December. The Southwest Airlines meltdown left almost 17,000 flights either canceled or delayed. The Transportation Department is forcing the airline to pay $140 million to make up for the breakdown. For this holiday travel season is expected to be the busiest since the coronavirus pandemic. AAA predicting 115 million Americans will be traveling between Christmas and New Year.
Transportation Department Secretary Pete Buttigieg claiming to hold airlines accountable this season and plans to work with airlines in light of winter weather. And the Colorado Supreme Court declaring former President Trump ineligible for the White House under the U.S. Constitution's insurrection clause. The move would remove him from the state's primary ballot, but the court staying its decision until January 4th to allow for an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court by Trump's legal team, the Trump campaign calling the ruling flawed. And an Iceland volcano continuing to erupt, spewing lava far into the air. Fox's Jonathan Hunt.
It has been spectacular so far, and thankfully no threat to the residents of Iceland. Instead, they've been able to join this amazing show by Mother Nature. The power of the eruption sending molten lava hundreds of feet into the air.
The town of Grindavik is just miles from the eruption site and was evacuated back in November following a series of earthquakes that eventually caused officials to warn of an eventual eruption. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Downtime. Down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rural stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rural stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rural, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rural.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Hey, it's Nick, and now is the time to get the vehicle that's been on your wish list with year-end savings from the Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, get financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select new models, like 2024 Mazda CX-5 with standard all-wheel drive from Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, or the 2024 Tucson and the 2023 Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. Contact your Piazza Mazda or Hyundai dealer for details, piazzamazda.com and piazzahyundai.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
on the free Odyssey app.
Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The winning streak continued on Wall Street Tuesday as the Dow and the NASDAQ closed up for the 9th day in a row. The Dow with its 5th straight record close, gaining 252 points to finish at more than 37,557. The NASDAQ gained 98, the S&P 500 up 28. Shares of Google's parent company Alphabet up slightly despite the announcement of a settlement in which the company agreed to pay $700 million after accusations it stifled competition in its App Store. And on Tuesday, the Internal Revenue Service announced new penalty relief for approximately 4.7 million individuals, businesses, and tax-exempt organizations that were not sent automated collection reminders during the pandemic. The relief adds up to about $1 billion, about $206 per return. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
One of the more unusual ripple effects from the COVID-19 pandemic has been the rise of a new kind of adult entertainment. People with regular jobs, if you will, posting adult content after hours for subscription-based websites, including OnlyFans. One trade association for the adult entertainment industry estimates 2 to 3 million people now do it.
I don't regret it.
Brianna Coppage has a master's in education and was working on a 3rd degree and paying off student loans when she started posting on OnlyFans to supplement her modest salary as a teacher at St. Clair High School outside St. Louis, Missouri, until a parent and then district officials found out about sexually explicit content. Coppage and another teacher were suspended, and she later resigned.
I still strongly feel that people are allowed to have personal lives outside of their career.
These websites have attracted online influencers and celebrities too. Baywatch star Donna D'Errico tells Fox News,
I would love to clear the misconception that every female and male, I guess, that's on OnlyFans is doing porn. It's just not true.
In fact, model and actress Carol Alt tells Fox News Digital she just considers it another way to connect with fans.
I knew it had, a shady kind of image at the moment, but it started out as a music platform where musicians and chefs and all kinds of people went on. And still to this day, there's people doing yoga and all kinds of crazy stuff on there.
But posting adult content has led to people in a variety of jobs getting fired, including a New York City administrative law judge and 2 teachers in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, a married couple accused of filming explicit content on school property. One Florida mom sued her son's school district, claiming she was no longer allowed to volunteer because of posts on OnlyFans.
People have historically always turned to sex work in times of, economic downturn.
Derek J. Demery is an employment law attorney at Zeff Law Firm in Philadelphia and New Jersey.
I think there's a long history of people learning about it and then it becoming a public fervor, but it's certainly nothing new.
Not only teachers who've been outed in one way or another have been fired. 2 were suspended in Missouri, and then at least one of them resigned as opposed to being fired. 2 other teachers were fired. They were a couple, but they were accused of making sexually explicit content on school grounds. Is there less legal recourse in a case like that?
Well, and I don't know the particulars of that case, but I would imagine there are certainly rules on, engaging in sexual activity on school or employer grounds, regardless of whether that activity is being recorded. So, yes, I can imagine there's certainly rules, and that might be, if that's the case, that might be a reasonable basis to terminate someone's employment, but that is certainly different than someone engaging in private activity in their own home.
Yeah, broadly, for cases like this, how much do the details matter? For instance, when a video is made on public property instead of private property. Can the case actually hinge on that? Let's say if someone's fired and they're challenging it.
Sure. I practice full-time in employment discrimination, and I can tell you that in every single case, every detail matters. And, something that you don't think would typically come up in a court document, all of a sudden lawyers are arguing about it. I mean, it's very standard for every single fact to matter. And, I know it's a very lawyer answer, but, it depends on the circumstances.
In general, can an employer tell you what you can or cannot do on your own time?
So, I mean, obviously, an employer can tell you, don't violate the criminal law, don't go out and murder someone. It's certainly reasonable to have that expectation from your employer, as well as just anyone in society. But, when it comes to what you're doing, engaging in sexual activity that is consensual, whether it's in the privacy of your bedroom or, it's being broadcasted publicly among very limited, restricted avenues where others can access that recording, those are different things. And if an employer is engaging in activity or is making determinations about employment based on sex, that's crossing into territory that is likely going to violate Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
What about the type of job that someone has? Should that make a difference? For instance, teachers or others who work with children, should they be held to a different standard because of that, or is it illegal to hold them to a different standard?
A job, the job duties, job title, those are certainly relevant factors in the discussion here, but they're not the end of the discussion. And, teachers, like everyone else, they have a right to privacy after the job ends. They are human beings, and they are usually severely underpaid for what the expectations are for them as leaders of our community. And so just because someone works with children and then they go home afterwards and without any children around in the bedroom, they're engaging in a consensual adult activity, that certainly should not be something that restricts them from engaging and working with children.
Could someone who loses a job over something like this claim financial hardship, even as justification for having this kind of side gig in the first place? I mean, for some people, this has become a way to pay off debt, including student loan debt.
Absolutely. I mean, like any victim of discrimination or retaliation, if you suffer some kind of adverse employment action, whether that's termination or you're denied a promotion because of a protected characteristic such as sex, you are likely going to suffer some kind of wage loss as a result of that. And there are recourses available for that.
When people start a new job, especially in an area like education, is it becoming more common, to have to sign anything that says you won't take part in making any sort of adult content, or, to agree to some other sort of restriction that would sort of cross the line into your free time?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything specific to some kind of ban on engaging in adult content creation, but I would say it's not unusual for an employer to have some kind of provision in an employment contract that says they can't moonlight outside of working hours, especially if someone has a salaried job where you're expected to be available for your employer, theoretically 24/7. Obviously, no one is working those hours, but you're at least available if something were to come up. And under those types of jobs, sure, it's pretty standard to see some kind of prohibition on moonlighting, working for another job.
Right. So as you say, details matter. And a lot of this comes down to the individual circumstance, what agreements might be in place, the individual type of job. When it comes to the OnlyFans site, users are supposed to be at least 18 years old. And so depending on the teachers involved in these cases and who they're teaching, it shouldn't, in theory, even be an option for students to see it or even accidentally see it.
Absolutely.
But maybe the parents could. And so maybe that's how it becomes an issue. And it is in at least one of the cases. Are these teachers getting penalized for having accounts because students could find their content? Or is it because of the backlash that could come from parents finding it? And then legally, does that impact how they might try to, defend themselves or to bring a challenge if they've been fired?
Sure. I mean, as you also said, the facts matter. And of course, it may be used as a defense by a school that, parents found out and it caused some kind of disruption. But ultimately, I don't see how a parent who is not being educated by this teacher, how their discovery of adult content should somehow impact their child's educational upbringing, right? So, it's a factor, but just like any other person, the teacher's going to go home and have sex or engage in sexual activity. So the fact that it's being recorded and is available to, again, some limited people under specific circumstances, that shouldn't change the calculus at the end of the day.
Is there a slippery slope developing here where, an employer here they're perhaps taking action if they feel someone's, outside interests or online pursuits are objectionable? What about in other ways? Maybe they discover that someone's a content creator for gun enthusiasts, or they have controversial political beliefs, or just, in general, there's other things that could raise a red flag for certain people. So are we in danger of crossing into that territory where more and more things on our own time could lead to, a perceived line being crossed in the workplace, even though it didn't happen in the workplace?
Sure. And, typically, I think most people, when they think of, a teacher, they're thinking of a public school teacher. And if it's a public school teacher, they have particular First Amendment rights to engage in speech outside of their job. And that's a little bit of what you're hinting at there. And we can talk about that, and that's a whole other separate topic. But here, I think we're talking about adult creation. We're talking about sexual activity, which has the potential to implicate a protected characteristic, which is very, very strictly controlled under anti-discrimination law. And when people discriminate against sex workers, against people who engage in adult content creation, it has a very real possibility of violating these laws, which, talking about being a gun enthusiast, for example, that would not implicate anti-discrimination law in the same way. So they are different.
It sounds like overall, though, that privacy rights have a lot of precedence here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and I think the right to privacy, as we enter and really build our society around the internet, the age of the internet and technology as it exists today, everything is so interconnected. And when our Constitution was created, when we first developed the ideas around the right to privacy, those framers had no idea that the internet would exist the way it does today, or that it would even be a possibility. And so I think we have to have serious conversations around what does privacy look like. And we have, I believe, an obligation to fight for that privacy. Otherwise, it will be completely trampled over. And that's not the kind of world that I want to live in personally.
Derek J. Demery, employment law attorney, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon in May 2023.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
She gave you a tie, he gave you a toaster. But what both of you really wanted all along was a new kitchen. So toss the tie into the toaster and head to the holiday sale at Colonial Marble and Granite. Right now at Colonial, our sink and faucet gold package valued at $1,200 can be yours fully installed for just $499. Give your home a New Year's makeover at Colonial Marble and Granite. But don't sleep on it. Sale ends January 1st. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Everyone on your list is going to be happy this year if you take my advice and do what I do and let Omaha Steaks bring the happiness and take the guesswork out of gifting. Shop their carefully curated gift packages guaranteed to make spirits bright all winter long. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Save 50% off site-wide. Plus, when you use promo code Zioli at checkout, you get an additional $30 off your order. That's right. Send tender, juicy, butcher's cut filet mignons, mouth-watering burgers, gourmet jumbo franks, or even easy-to-prepare meals that are ready in a flash. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. The happiness is endless. But this offer won't last long. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so avoid the holiday rush and do it today. omahasteaks.com. Use promo code Zioli at checkout. Minimum order may be required. This is a gift from the heart, a gift that will be remembered with every unforgettable bite. I do this every year, and everyone always says thank you, and they never return it. omahasteaks.com. Promo code Zioli.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We are going to enter next year with the smallest military in over 80 years, as active duty troop numbers sink to less than 1.3 million. And the Pentagon is now coming out and issuing a national call of service to Gen Z.
Does anybody get the feeling that maybe if this continues to go in the wrong direction, we're going to have a giraffe?
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Ted Lindner. Following Colorado's Supreme Court ruling Tuesday to block former President Trump from the state's ballot in the 2024 presidential election, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance on Fox's Hannity saying this is an attempt by Democrats to stop Trump at the ballot box and stop the people from choosing their next leader.
This is not just about Donald Trump. This is about millions of American voters who are being told by judges in Colorado, you don't get to vote for the candidate that you would like to vote for. How is that democracy?
An airport nationwide bracing for a large number of travelers this holiday season.
As of right now, TSA says overall traffic at its checkpoints is more than 14% higher this year compared to last. AAA projects more than 7.5 million will fly to their destinations.
Fox's Casey Stiegel and AAA predicting also more than 100 million will travel by car. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
In the NBA Tuesday, Grizzlies guard Ja Morant made a spectacular return from his suspension against the Pelicans.
Morant's going to get ahead of Steve with a chance to win it in his return. Here goes Morant. He spins. Morant scores! And the timer expires. Count the basket.
That was the call on TNT, with Morant scoring 34 points to lead Memphis to a 115-113 victory over New Orleans. Morant was suspended for the first 25 games of the season after a second video posted to social media showed Morant with a gun. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now, an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
What would have happened this weekend? Round one of the college football playoffs. I can't wait for the bracket to be unveiled a year from now and have the weekend that we did not have and have not had in the past. Liberty taking on Florida State in round one. Florida State hosting the game. You've got Ole Miss and Georgia on the opposite side of the bracket as a 6-11 matchup. You get a rematch for the first time since the, end of October? It's a bloodbath type game, and Georgia rocked them. You've got Penn State at Ohio State, another rematch. I love the rematches in round one with the host sites. Love it on campus, especially so you don't get them in the semifinals or something. If they seed based on storyline, we will see that too for the first round, where you're not just slotting based on bowl appearances, but the college football playoff appearance.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Did you know the Philadelphia Eagles dentist is in your backyard? Starting their third season with the Birds. American Dental Associates on Ron Street would love to care for you. The all-pro team of doctors D and Pratik provide advanced and compassionate care and are in-network with most major insurances. No insurance? No problem. They can help with their in-house care plan that will provide affordable care and keep you smiling like our birds. Go to localphiladelphiadentist.com to book today.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Tom Shalhoub.
What's on your mind?
The folks at the Rundown asked me, Tom, do you have any warm Christmas memories for our final thoughts? Well, of course I do. Although, when I think back to childhood memories, invariably, it's the things that went wrong. One Christmas morning, we all came downstairs. We had to make sure all 5 kids came in at the same time. And there were presents under the tree, but there was a big wet spot in the middle of the wrapped gifts. The color from the wrapping paper was bleeding out into the other presents. It was a real mess. What happened here? My mother said. Did the tree spring a leak? But my brother and I knew what had happened. A week before, we visited my dad's work, and his colleague gave us each a wrapped gift. Don't open that till Christmas, he said. Thank you, we won't. And then we held the presents up to our ears, and we shook them just a little bit, just trying to figure out what was inside. The man smirked, and he said, oh, do you hear a ticking sound? Make sure you boys soak those in water before you open them. And he and my dad laughed. But we didn't get the joke, and we quickly forgot all about it. Then on Christmas Eve, in the middle of the night, my brother woke me up. Tommy, we forgot to soak those presents in water. We went downstairs, we got the presents. Santa had already come, so we tried not to look. We grabbed the gifts, we took them into the bathroom, filled up the sink, and we held them under water until bubbles came out. After a minute or so, we took them out, tossed them back under the tree, went back up to bed. What the heck happened here? My dad said in the morning. Me and Billy soaked the presents. Remember? That guy told us to. He was only kidding. Only kidding? That possibility hadn't occurred to us. So now we had to modify one of the rules. Be polite, say thank you, do what adults tell you to do, unless they're only kidding. By the way, the presents were a couple of furry wind-up toys. They never really worked right after we had drowned them on Christmas Eve. But we kept them as a reminder. Don't do everything adults tell you to do. I'm Tom Shalhoub.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
The holidays are the happiest time of the year. That is, unless you or your loved ones are miserable because of colds, sinus infections, or allergies. This holiday season, give the gift of better breathing with Navage. What makes Navage so effective? Well, unlike cold and allergy drugs that might take a long time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage provides fast relief from sinus congestion in 30 seconds flat. Navage doesn't just relieve symptoms, it attacks the cause by sucking out the germs, allergens, and viruses trapped in your nose that are making you feel miserable. Best of all, Navage does it naturally, without drugs. Wash away your cold and congestion problems this holiday season. Add Navage to your gift list so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Rich Zioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. And you're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Shares of FedEx may not deliver today. They're down pre-market after the company reported profit below analyst expectations for the latest quarter and lowered its sales forecast. The disappointments come as cost cuts were not enough to make up for weakness at its air freight unit as commercial airliners resume international flights and take some of that business away. Also, one of the nation's largest trucking companies, FedEx, has been hurt by a drop in cargo demand and price. If you owe back taxes, you'll soon be hearing from the IRS. The agency is ending an almost 2-year pause as it resumes automated collection notices for all tax years. And while penalties still accrued, taxpayers who owe less than $100,000 will automatically get their failure to pay penalties waived, that is, until April. After another win for stocks yesterday, maybe a pause this morning as stock futures lose some ground. Steve Potusk, Bloomberg Radio.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit, 800-857-5656. That's 800-857-5656.
At the YMCA, finding your why starts by making an impact together, touching lives for the better. It can be the gift of time or treasure, supporting a community through talent without measure. Here, compassion fuels commitment, finding fulfillment through enrichment, serving and improving. What a way to live, and what a gift it is to give. Find your why and get involved today at ymca.org for a better us.
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. A man was crushed by a pile of books. He only had his shelf to blame for it. If it's quality carpet at drastic savings, you need to call me now. At Norman Carpet Warehouse, I stock the largest selection of commercial carpet in the Delaware Valley. And yes, we can install within 48 hours. Call 800-220-RUGS. Call Norman the Floorman to save 50% off our competitor's best price. Now that's not chopped liver.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, December 20th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Mary Walter in for Dawn this morning. Anthony Dorenzo in for Greg Stocker this morning. Phil Almquist handling our video. Action-packed, loaded Wednesday that will include Tony Bruno, live from the great state of Florida, coming up at 8:30 this morning. Oh, no, we have all sorts of stuff to get to. You think you have a show planned, and then Colorado decides to lose their mind a little bit when it comes to Donald Trump and the 14th Amendment. Mary, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you? And happy almost Christmas.
Happy almost Christmas. I do not believe the two of us have worked together since the summer, if I recall. So I've got the video feed up. It's good to see you again, and I enjoy the festive backdrop behind you in the setting.
See, you know what? 10 o'clock last night, putting all this stuff up here because your viewers told me I looked like I was filming a hostage video last time.
Yes.
So I went with Merry and Bright. Look at that. I've got Santa. I've got a Christmas tree. See, I got Santa. Wait, this way for Santa.
Yep.
I've got a Christmas tree, the whole bit.
You are looking great. Anthony, not so much, but you can only do so much for Dorenzo and myself. So we have a lot of good stuff to get into this morning. You know, I thought we would go with a big take this morning on Joe Biden's disastrous border. So we're going to do a little bit of an audible. We will bump that to the bottom of the hour because, as we mentioned, Colorado decided to lose their mind in the evening hours last night. We will change up kind of the flow of the show. Normally it's a big take, and then we delve into some stuff after the big take and the news. But after the news this morning, you and I will chop up this Donald Trump 14th Amendment Colorado ballot nonsense, and then we'll get to the big take probably around 6:30 this morning. But before we get to all of that, before Mary and I give our takeaways and reaction to what transpired in the post-dinner hours last night, let's get to a little bit of the news. And for that, round number one, I do not give you award-winning, Emmy-winning journalist Dawn Stensland, but I give you Anthony Dorenzo.
Maybe someday. Maybe someday, Nick.
Maybe
I'll be an
someday.
Emmy winner.
There you go.
One day. Isn't Mary Walter an Emmy winner? Aren't you?
I am a 3-time
Look
Gracie
at that.
winner.
Oh, okay. I knew you won something big. Come on.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry I messed it up there.
I'm a 3-time parlay winner at a local sports book in a casino, but you know that's all I have.
Yeah, like one time a year
There
hitting
you
a
go.
parlay. But all right. Well, let's get into the news. 6:07 a.m. Kayal and Company news. I'm gonna start here locally. Action News Chopper 6 actually crashed. This came out 5:44 a.m. this morning in a wooded area of New Jersey. pilot and photographer reportedly killed here from 6 ABC.
Jesus.
They have a long history with the station, have been working as part of the team for years. This happened sometime after 8 p.m. last night in the area of Quaker Bridge, Aston Road, and Middle Road, Washington Township. Was last airborne over Wharton State Forest when it crashed. New Jersey State Police troopers were able to locate the crash site on the ground. It was hard to access for where it was locally. The FAA has been notified. They're investigating. And this is the first helicopter, Chopper 6. This launched the first helicopter ABC had February of 1980. And this was the first helicopter Philadelphia had news-wise in general, so definitely tragic.
This was obviously going to cover some sort of story or give like an aerial flyover view of a scene of something, I'm imagining?
Yeah, it doesn't say exactly what they were doing. A lot of the times they will have the aerial view for traffic and things like that as well, so it's just absolutely horrible story, and hopefully more positive things come out. I don't know if there was anyone else on the helicopter, if there is possible survivors, or if there were only those two. That's just the current report. And then nationally, this comes from ABC National. FBI investigated coordinated swatting incidents targeting Jewish communities. This is a nationwide swatting spree targeting 200 Jewish institutions over the weekend was coordinated effort by an entity based out of the U.S. FBI top spokesperson said in a confidential memo to law enforcement agencies. This was written by FBI Director Kathy Millihan, obtained by ABC News, says, at this time, based on similar language and specific email tradecraft use, it appears that proprietors of these threats are connected. Additionally, these threats appear to be originating from outside the United States. They continued to say, to date, none of these email threats have involved any actual explosive devices or credible risk of harm congregants.
Okay.
More than 30 of the 56 FBI field officers are investigating the threats, which violated multiple federal laws.
Wow.
This includes Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, and Washington, D.C.
Okie dokie.
So, and among others, there's other states, but locally, that's kind of where we're at there.
Right.
And let's go to Allentown. A student arrested after bringing a gun into school in Allentown. This was yesterday. School district says a school resource officer stopped a student with the gun at Deer High School. The gun went into a brief lockdown as the team was taken into custody. I brought this up just because there have been debates at times about having metal detectors in schools outside of the city of Philadelphia, and I feel like something like this doesn't matter where you are. It can be the most suburban town ever. I'm not against anything like that.
I mean, I know the Deer High School well. I mean, that's right up in the city of Allentown in the Lehigh Valley, and Deer High School is a very rough high school, to say the least. We just talked about this last week, I think, with the state of Pennsylvania looking to pursue, from a legislative standpoint, some legislation and a bill to enact that, every school in Pennsylvania have at least one armed security guard or police officer. So, that would certainly be applicable in Allentown, and they could probably use that up there.
Which I don't understand. If we're gonna have people guard, safes and banks and all these things with guns, why can't we have them guard our kids?
Amen, Anthony. Yes.
It doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, let's go national. This is a big one. Documents naming the scores of Jeffrey Epstein's associates to be unsealed after a federal judge's order. More than 150 people expected to be identified in early January. This was a judge in New York who ordered a vast unsealing of court documents in early 2024 that will make public the names of scores of Epstein's associates. The documents are part of a settled civil lawsuit alleging Epstein's one-timer Ghislaine Maxwell, who facilitated the sexual abuse of Virginia Giroff. This was in the terms of the 2017 settlement that was not disclosed. And this will continue to move forward. A lot of people are kind of questioning if there's going to be a lot of redactions. Some people have been publicly associated with Epstein, included Alan Dershowitz, who we talk about a lot here on this station. So there will be, they already are mentioning redactions in these reports, so we'll see what actually comes out.
We're going to carve out a good chunk of time in the 7 o'clock hour to get into this this morning, because I know a lot of people are eagerly anticipating this. But just one thing that's worth mentioning, this is separate from what Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee has been pursuing in regards to like the release of the flight logs that Dick Durbin has been kind of trying to downplay and reject. So, but this is still fascinating, and we will we'll chop that up in the 7 o'clock hour as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got questions.
Yes, we have a lot of questions.
A lot of questions.
Yeah, I mean, fine. Hopefully we hear something. Hopefully it isn't just some smoke and mirrors. But moving forward, the biggest story, I'll wrap here before weather, the GOP rallying around Trump after the Colorado ballot ruling. Colorado Supreme Court rules that Trump can appear on the 2024 ballot. This has created an insane amount of reaction. We're going to get into all of that, including Vivek Ramaswamy's a big one, and there's a lot of names. But there are reports here, and I just wanted to bring this up. An ex-White House lawyer says Supreme Court could rule, quote, 9-0 in a possible Trump 14th Amendment case. And as much as there are people who lean left at times there, that is very much something I think could happen, and we'll break all that down.
Yes, we will.
But anyway, right now, currently 31 degrees here in Philadelphia, high today of 46, low tonight of 32, 2% chance of rain, so you don't really have to worry about that. Going with our hourly forecasts, it gets pretty much right around 40 here late in the afternoon. This weekend, for the most part, high of 61 on Saturday, but cloudy.
Whoa.
Cloudy. Yeah, I don't know. This weather's all over the place.
Of course it is.
I don't want that. Am I the only person who does not want 61 degrees on Christmas Eve? Thank you. No. If I wanted that, I'd move to Florida.
Yo, well, I can't wait to move to Florida in about 25 years, Mary. So you and I are already at odds. You and I can butt heads on this. Give me nice weather. I don't want to freeze to death.
Oh, stop being a follower. Forge your own path. Go somewhere besides Florida.
All right, Arizona.
Heaven's waiting room.
All right.
Well, speaking of Christmas Eve, it's a little cooler there. It's 50 degrees high on Christmas Eve, low of 38. Mostly cloudy most of the weekend. It'll be a little sunnier on Friday there. But yeah, Christmas Day, also partly cloudy, 52 degrees the high. So a lot of cloudy days to look forward to. And it doesn't look like it'll be a snowy Christmas because 5 to 15% chance of rain for the next pretty much 5 to 10 days.
And 61 degrees.
Yeah.
I mean, you could throw that in there, too.
Yeah, it's true. So no white Christmas for us. But that is Kayal and Company News Live here, 6:14 a.m.
All right, thank you very much, Anthony. All right, let's get down to the big news that developed in the evening hours last night. We'll go through this kind of chronologically and sequentially. I saw the news initially on my Twitter feed. Caitlin Collins from CNN was the first person that I saw tweet about this. She said, quote, breaking, the Colorado Supreme Court rules that Trump is disqualified from holding office, citing Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, removing him from the state's 2024 ballot. And my initial reaction was, well, who's attacking democracy now? Obviously, many people were anticipating that the Trump campaign, the Trump camp, Team Trump, Trump's legal conglomerate of attorneys would appeal. The Trump team obviously appealing to the Supreme Court. But keep in mind that time is of the essence here, as given the Secretary of State has said that they are required to certify a list of candidates in Colorado for the GOP primary by January 5th. You look at the calendar, we come back from the new year and people get back to work on, presumably Tuesday, January 2nd. So my initial reaction was this is completely coordinated from a calendar standpoint. And I think this will be deemed unconstitutional. This will be shot down. Nice try, Colorado, but I think the Supreme Court of the United States is about to slap these buffoons down in the state of Colorado. And I want people to realize that this is, look, make no mistake about it, this is an attack against democracy by trying to remove the number one political rival of the incumbent in Joe Biden. But also make no mistake about this. Trump is right when he says, if they can do this to me, they can do this to you. But I also think there's another precedent that they are trying to establish here, Mary. And this is a direct message to any other outsider with money, cachet, gravitas, and a dream of being Trump 2.0 or Trump light and kind of entering the presidential political arena from the outside. They are saying, stay the hell out of our arena. You're not welcome in the swamp. You will not drain the swamp. We like it here in our nice little swampy playground. So those were a couple of my initial reactions. We're going to go through so much more this morning, but what was your first reaction and takeaway from what you saw last night?
Yeah, so I was doing my podcast and I just happened to have on Gail Trotter, who is a lawyer. So it worked out really well for us. What I found interesting is the Colorado Supreme Court that made this ruling is comprised of seven Democrats, yet the ruling was 4-3. So I thought that was interesting right there. Also, you mentioned the deadline of January 5th in order to certify the names of the people on the ballot for the primaries. The 6th is when the ballots are printed. So they've purposely, this is Mark Elias. Mark Elias has been doing this all over the country. He's been laying the groundwork for lawfare all over the country, in addition to what's happening on a federal level where they're trying to keep Trump, in the courts, keep him off the campaign trail. This is election interference. It's not only an attack on our democracy, but this is election interference. Remember, they are very open about what they're doing because they accuse you of doing exactly what they're doing. So this is part of the election interference on the part of the Democrats. They are so afraid of Trump. They're so afraid that Biden cannot beat him, and they can't get Biden to not run, although I think that changes at the convention.
Yep.
That's a different conversation.
I agree.
But they're so afraid of him. They can't beat him, so they have to take him out any way possible, because that's what an authoritarian dictatorship does. This is not just an attack on democracy. This is what an authoritarian third world country dictator does. And that is exactly what is happening here. So kudos to Vivek Ramaswamy, who says, I'm taking my name off the ballot.
Yep.
Good for him. And he's not taking his name off the ballot in solidarity with Trump. He's taking his name off the ballot as a protest to what is happening in Colorado and how wrong it is. And I love that he threw the gauntlet down to the other, the other contestants who are also running to take their names off the ballot as well.
Yep.
Now, the other part of this, the actual, not the national GOP because they're useless, but the Colorado Republican Party said they may now withdraw for the presidential primary in protest.
Wow.
If he is if he is disqualified, they said instead they will have a caucus instead of an open voting primary process. So good for the Colorado Republican Party, and shame on Ron McDaniel and the National RNC. Where's their statement? What are they doing?
I agree. And you know what? Unless I'm missing something on Nikki Haley's timeline, shame on Nikki Haley for having radio silence on social media. I literally just checked around 5:50 this morning to see who said what as far as the 4 other primary challengers, not named Donald Trump. You had Vivek Ramaswamy put out a tweet and a video. Ron DeSantis put out a tweet. And even in a kind of shot at Trump fashion, even sloppy Chris Christie put out a statement, yet it was Nikki that did not say anything. Vivek tweets the following: I pledge to withdraw from the Colorado GOP primary ballot until Trump is also allowed to be on the ballot, and I demand that Ron DeSantis, Chris Christie, and Nikki Haley do the same immediately, or else they are tacitly endorsing this illegal maneuver, which will have disastrous consequences for our country. That was Vivek 9 hours ago. 8 hours ago, DeSantis tweeted the following: the left invokes, quote, democracy to justify its use of power, even if it means abusing judicial power to remove a candidate from the ballot based on spurious legal grounds. SCOTUS should reverse. And even Chris Christie, in typical Chris Christie fashion, issued a tweet saying Donald Trump should not be prevented from being president by any court. He should be prevented from being president of the United States by voters of this country. Yet, Mary, nothing from Nikki Haley, unless I missed it on her timeline, but I do not see anything.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I am surprised. I can't say I'm not surprised. I am surprised. Especially when Vivek threw down the gauntlet. He was the first one out there.
Yep.
Do you remember when Trump was first in court, Vivek Ramaswamy was on the steps of that courthouse saying, what is going on here is wrong. So I have mad respect for him. I definitely think that he is, and maybe it's just a game. Maybe he's just trying to, raise his profile, but I don't think so, especially in light of Nikki Haley not saying anything.
So we're going to break this down. We'll go deeper into it in a little bit, but a couple of things that I thought stood out. Jonathan Turley is a guy that I always lean on for legal analysis and interpretation of law. He tweeted the following last night. He said, "This ends a string of losses for advocates of this dangerous novel theory. They finally found a court that would embrace what the court admits is a case of, quote, first impression." Turley says, quote, "My first impression remains that same. The court is dead wrong in my view." He goes on to say the opinion is remarkable in how the four justices adopted the most sweeping interpretations to get over each barrier. The result is lack of a limiting principle. I view the opinion as strikingly anti-democratic in what it now allows states to do, in blue and red states alike. So he thinks this is completely out of bounds. And
Yeah.
I don't know anybody out there that has just a basic understanding of what we are witnessing that hasn't arrived at the conclusion that SCOTUS will look at this and completely shoot this down. Because remember, Colorado is appealing this. The lowest court did not agree with this. They appealed. They went to a higher court in Colorado, and these four justices, who I actually have their names here, Monica Marquez, Melissa Hart, William W. Hood III, and Richard L. Gabriel, these are four of the Supreme Court justices in Colorado that have been on board with the removal of Trump from the ballot. They're making no mistakes about it here. They are flat out saying we are interfering, and this is anti-democratic, and we're going after the top rival on the Republican side. You can't arrive at any other conclusion but that.
Yet a group is appealing the ruling by the Michigan Supreme Court saying, no, Trump stays on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going down easy. Again, this is all Mark Elias. This was his job. He went all across the country, starts with these lawsuits, and there's a whole bunch pending in states all across the country. I believe there's one in New Jersey pending even.
Yep.
So, which is ridiculous because New Jersey's so blue. It's kind of dumb, but whatever. They've got the money to burn. And I know we'll get to it later, but Frank Luntz, who became an anti-Trumper, and he just went way off, to the left. Even he said he on CNN, and I know we're going to get to this, but he said this is a huge mistake because it's just going to make Trump even more popular.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to help him beat Biden by even more.
No question. This is going to backfire on them, and wouldn't it be just fitting one way or the other? Imagine if they do all of this, they go after Trump, he remains on ballots, everything that they have done to try to derail him, arrests, indictments, 91 charges, 14th Amendment, this state, that state, and he still ends up winning the election. Or, and I don't think this will happen, but it would be also glorious in kind of like a consolation type way if somehow Trump is removed. And I do think maybe this is one of the reasons why we've been asking the question, well, why is Christie sticking around? Why is Vivek sticking around? Why is Nikki sticking around? Why hasn't DeSantis bailed? Maybe they're thinking that this is one of the reasons why they should stick around in the event something as catastrophic like this would occur. How glorious would it be? And I know if you're a Trump supporter, obviously him being removed would suck. But a nice consolation would be they went this far to get rid of Trump, and then somebody else ends up beating Biden, whether it's Haley or DeSantis or Ramaswamy. One way or the other, if the Democrats lose, there's going to be such a glorious victory lap taken by Trump supporters or conservatives or fans of the GOP or Republican voters. It would be an epic cake on the face type moment for the Democrats after everything they tried and still ultimately failed at the end of the day. How glorious would that be?
I will go one further. Even more glorious is if they are actually successful in jailing Donald Trump, which is never going to happen because he'd have to go to jail with his Secret Service protection.
Yeah.
And if he did, he would run the show. He'd be buying people stuff from commissary, right? He'd be running the show from prison, and he gets elected from prison.
Yes.
That would be amazing.
That really would be wild.
And he would not be the first presidential candidate to run from prison either. Eugene Debs ran 5 times from prison.
5 times.
Yeah, 5 times.
Wow. All right. Nice little anecdote, nice little historical concept there from Mary Walter. Good stuff. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. So let me do another audible here because we did not get through all of the Trump stuff. We're going to do more Trump on the other side. I'm going to save the border debacle with Joe Biden and the big take. We'll save that for around 6:45, 6:50 this morning. But we'll come back. We're going to get into Trump's statement, what the court's opinion in Colorado specifically said. We'll also kind of break down how this all will play out and some of the nuanced details. And then also a little humor, a little comedy to wrap up this conversation because our buddy Sean Farash, the great Trump impressionist, put out a impersonation last night after the breaking news that came down in Colorado. You'll hear that and have a good laugh when we come back. It's Kayal and Company live here on this Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's a Hessert holiday at Hessert Chevrolet, and that means it's time to get the best price on a new Chevy this year. Hessert has a huge inventory of new and pre-owned vehicles, and will pay top dollar for your trade. Online or in person, shop Philadelphia's most convenient, hassle-free car dealership. Enjoy a Hessert holiday and get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Chevy, together let's drive.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
See dealer for complete details.
We're Richard and Susan Eckhart, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016. This Christmas, there's going to be lots of gifts.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of parties, lots of excitement and fun. And no worry, we have a system that guarantees interest, even the potential of double-digit interest. And the thing that I love is that it all goes into the principal, and once it hits the principal, that's mine.
The worry is gone. The worry of your money, what's it going to do, is gone. When you stop worrying about money, you see the holiday for what it is. You're enjoying the flavor of the holiday.
No matter how you celebrate the holiday season, celebrate with peace of mind and get your share of a crash-proof retirement. Register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on January 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com. And happy holidays from all of us here at Crash Proof Retirement.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me. So I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Look at you. Your life under control. Errands done. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? So many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? Maybe a tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake. Accept no substitutes.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
This segment brought to you by Malvern Retreat House. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house located in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House hosts men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. Retreat from the noise and hear God's voice at malvernretreats.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Feliz Navidad.
6:33. Welcome back in. It is Kayal and Company live here on a Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland. Anthony Dorenzo, the chairman of the board this morning, in for Greg Stocker. Phil Almquist chopping up audio, doing all the video for YouTube. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Certainly we'll take your thoughts and reaction. If you want to jump into the big breaking news that came down in the evening hours last night with Donald Trump, you can jump in at 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. Also on social media at 1210WPHT. All right, so we got round two that we have to get into here, Mary, with Donald Trump. I want to give you the direct wording from the court on their opinion in Colorado. We also have the Trump campaign statement on the Colorado Supreme Court ruling, a good little legal breakdown from Axios, and then we'll give you some humor on the way out with our buddy Sean Farash. But this is the Colorado Supreme Court, and this is what they said verbatim in their opinion. In this appeal from a district court proceeding under the Colorado Election Code, the Supreme Court considers whether former President Donald J. Trump may appear on the Colorado Republican presidential primary ballot in 2024. A majority of the court holds that President Trump is disqualified from holding the office of president under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Because he is disqualified, it would be a wrongful act under the election code for the Colorado Secretary of State to list him as a candidate on the presidential primary ballot. The court stays its ruling until January 4, 2024, subject to any further appellate proceedings. You know what's a load of crap about all of this, Mary? Is
what?
Even lunatic, deranged Jack Smith never filed an insurrection charge against Donald Trump because he knows it won't fly and it
Exactly.
won't stick. So if you have the guy out there that is more hell-bent than any other man on the planet, short of maybe Merrick Garland, that wants Trump off of a ballot and behind bars in a prison, if he doesn't file insurrection charges or a charge against Trump, how is the Colorado Supreme Court going to try to interpret the 14th Amendment and arrive at this conclusion that Trump needs to be booted for insurrection?
Well, again, this is all being engineered by Mark Elias. I keep going back to him. You remember his name being connected with Hillary Clinton during 2016. And his specialty is election law. So he is the one, and they've got big bucks behind them. The Democrats have a lot of deep pockets behind them. So even though that little tiny little nugget of information, the fact that he's never been charged with insurrection, doesn't stop them. And I'll tell you, this is one of the things I do admire about the Democrats is they fight to win, as opposed to the Republicans who are like, well, we want to be better than them, and it's not the right thing to do. Like, they know that Republicans will never flip the script on them and do something like this to them. They know that.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't hurt them to try. The other part of this is I have a lot of frustration when it comes to these judges, because everyone is saying, when you've got like Frank Luntz, who is such an anti-Trumper, saying this is ridiculous, what are you doing here, and the vast majority of people, I haven't really heard from anyone, I don't know, maybe you have, but I haven't seen anyone say that, yeah, the Supreme Court is going to let this fly. Mm-hmm. No one is saying that.
Nope.
How did these 4 judges get this so wrong, and why are you so bad at your job?
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you or I did something like that and screwed it up, like, so badly,
Mm-hmm.
we'd be out of a job.
Yep.
But because they're judges, they are like the Pope. They're infallible, right?
Right.
They can do whatever they want. They can rule horribly. Not even read the Constitution and rule and be wrong and get overturned by the Supreme Court, and they still go on with their day. We need to change that. That has to be changed.
I totally agree. And look, the rule of law needs to matter. You need to put political bias aside and interpret the law in a objective way. There's a reason why Lady Justice is blind, because only the facts should matter. And hopefully SCOTUS sets a precedent here, because the Colorado case is one of roughly 3 dozen across the country that are seeking to remove Trump, who is currently, as we know, facing 4 criminal indictments. So a couple of other details here. The state's high court questioned whether Section 3 of the 14th Amendment covers the presidency and whether the insurrection rose to that level. And now, again, as I mentioned in the first segment, this comes after a lower court opinion allowed Trump to remain on the Colorado ballot, and the 7 members of the court, who were all appointed by Democratic governors, appeared skeptical about reaching such a conclusion during oral arguments on December the 6th. To me, this is them saying, rule of law be damned. This is a political agenda. We've heard prosecutions, we've heard persecutions, we've heard third world banana republic. This does not happen in the United States of America for, 240 plus years. This is a dangerous game that you say you respect and admire Democrats and their willingness to go so far. I agree the desire to win is commendable. I wish Republicans had that same tenacity, but I don't respect going to this level, because nothing that happened to me, in my eyes, on January 6th from Trump rose to the level of insurrection. Was it a bad look? Yes. Were there a few bad characters? Yes. Were there feds that were antagonizing with tear gas and rubber bullets? So let's not call it all simply, well, it's all on that guy. It's not just on one individual.
No, it's not. But you know what? The nice, in a way, the good thing about this is some people are showing their true colors. Now, you got Adam Schiff on Twitter saying, accountability for inciting an insurrection, it's about time. Okay, it's Adam Schiff. But Dan Crenshaw, who we know is a never-Trumper, but he is a Republican, and this is one of the things that drives me crazy about the Republicans is they don't stick together. Yep. Right is right and wrong is wrong. In response to Vivek Ramaswamy saying that he would take his name off the ballot because what's happening is wrong, just flat out wrong, and it has nothing to do with Trump, it's wrong. Dan Crenshaw tweets out, well, maybe he should just withdraw from all the other states too, Vivek. Are you kidding me?
I know. I'm down on Crenshaw. I'm going to point out some of his absurdity in the big take on the border as well, because his name's attached to some of that.
when you do that, I have a Dan Crenshaw story for you.
Oh, beautiful. We got to get to that for sure. Elena Haba, one of Trump's attorneys, saying, quote, "This attacks the very heart of this nation's democracy. It will not stand, and we trust that the Supreme Court will reverse this unconstitutional order." Lastly, here is the campaign statement from Trump's team on the Colorado Supreme Court ruling, quote, "Unsurprisingly, the all-Democrat-appointed Colorado Supreme Court has ruled against President Trump, supporting a Soros-funded left-wing group scheme to interfere in an election on behalf of crooked Joe Biden by removing President Trump's name from the ballot and eliminating the rights of Colorado voters to vote for the candidate of their choice. Democrat Party leaders are in a state of paranoia over the growing dominant lead President Trump has amassed in the polls. They have lost faith in the failed Biden presidency and are now doing everything they can to stop the American voters from throwing them out of office next November. The Colorado Supreme Court issued a completely flawed decision tonight, and we will swiftly file an appeal to the United States Supreme Court and a concurrent request for a stay of this deeply undemocratic decision. We have full confidence that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly rule in our favor and finally put an end to these un-American lawsuits." And un-American and lawsuits is very interesting because, as I mentioned, this is not what we do in the United States of America. And just the sheer volume of suits, from indictments to 91 charges to 36 states with ballots. I mean, I don't know how Trump's legal team can even begin to print out papers and process all of this. Like, where do you begin? It's just a never-ending paper trail of a political persecution. And I hope SCOTUS shoots this down to kick off the new year. I think they will.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely think they will. And I think Jonathan Turley is right. You may see a unanimous decision on this, which would be amazing. And you need to see at least one or two of the Democrats on the Supreme Court. You need to see one or two of them come over, because this can't be a biased ruling. Yep. You need one or two of them to come over to just put this to an end. That's the end of this. That's the rest of this. That's what we need to see happen here. You talk about all these other lawsuits, these 91 other charges and everything. The Democrats they do it a lot. They overplay their hand. But more and more is coming out now. We're finding out now. Benny Thompson wrote a letter in response to Jim Jordan and was it Mike Johnson? I forget. Oh, no, Loudermilk, Barry Loudermilk, regarding the January 6th information, the committee information, and they won't give it to the Republicans, and it turns out they destroyed some of the evidence. Really interesting. You're not supposed to do that. But what we also found out is they turned some of it over to Fani Willis and Jack Smith.
Oh, wow.
Now, so the more you dig into this, we find out that Jack Smith was at the White House, or one of his associates, not Jack Smith, was at the White House several days before he filed the charges. What is he doing coordinating with the Donald Trump's primary opponent?
Yep.
Right? What is happening here? So more and more and more of this comes out, and I think if Donald Trump wins, we find out how much this really truly was a coordinated election interference scheme by the Democrats. And that's why they're so crazy to get him off the ballot, and so crazy that he can't win. So I think this goes past this. I think you look for Election Day hijinks again. I think that you're going to see that again.
This really seems like the Democrats trying to play the numbers game here. It's death by a million paper cuts. It's hack at him in every single direction, every possible way. And it's like a boxing match where if you're the boxer, if you throw 120 punches, you're hoping, 3 or 4 of them really have an impact, and there's one knockout blow. So they're just throwing in hopes of landing one on Trump's chin, and he goes down for the count.
They'll get a conviction in D.C. They'll definitely get a conviction in D.C. D.C. voted 97% for Joe Biden.
There's no way he can get a fair trial in D.C.
Right, which is why that trial about the documents case, which is a alleged crime that happened in Florida, Jack Smith moved to D.C. in order to have a D.C. jury. So they're going to get him in D.C. He is going to be convicted. Absolutely in DC. But again, this whole thing's going to be interesting, especially with, a lot of this being stayed, other cases before the Supreme Court. But the documents one is where they may get a conviction in the DC court. And then that's where we see how the game changes. But again, I think it just makes him more popular.
Yes, I agree. His polls are going to go off the charts even further in the next 6 or 7 days when the next set of polling numbers come out. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Still ahead, coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, Joe Biden, the southern border. You want to talk about impeachment inquiries. We should get into that. Also, the latest with Jeffrey Epstein. 13 days until those names get released. We'll put a bow on the Trump conversation with a great Trump impression as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour next on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Everyone on your list is going to be happy this year if you take my advice and do what I do and let Omaha Steaks bring the happiness and take the guesswork out of gifting. Shop their carefully curated gift packages guaranteed to make spirits bright all winter long. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Save 50% off site-wide. Plus, when you use promo code Zioli at checkout, you get an additional $30 off your order. That's right. Send tender, juicy, butcher's cut filet mignons, mouth-watering burgers, gourmet jumbo franks, or even easy-to-prepare meals that are ready in a flash. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. The happiness is endless. But this offer won't last long. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so avoid the holiday rush and do it today. omahasteaks.com. Use promo code Zioli at checkout. Minimum order may be required. This is a gift from the heart, a gift that will be remembered with every unforgettable bite. I do this every year, and everyone always says thank you, and they never return it. omahasteaks.com. Promo code Zioli.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Love to cook Italian? Then Cento has some inspiring words for you.
We wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from the Cento family.
Dom Giordano.
Hey, Paul, good afternoon. You're crying about inflation. When was the last time minimum wage has been raised to catch up with inflation?
You're perfectly fine. Do you and your wife both do the shopping together? You're perfectly fine with what things cost because they're not going to go down anytime soon.
Unless you have coupons. It's not rocket science, Don.
Oh, it is. So how about the blueberries? So I should just ration the amount of blueberries I eat each week, right?
Count them up.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of year with Christmas in the Air, a first-class Broadway-style spectacular that's festive fun for the whole family. This snow globe come to life dazzles with a cast of high-kicking Rockette-style dancers performing alongside magical holiday characters. November 24th through December 24th at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$6:50, Kayal and Company rolling on live here on a Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stenzel, and Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist as we head till 10 o'clock this morning. We have a lot to get to. Biden's border in hour 2. That'll be the big take as we move that to hour 2 because of all the Trump breaking news last night. Jeffrey Epstein, I've seen 150, 170, 177, 180 different names that will be released coming up in just 13 days. Prayers up for the judge who decided to release this breaking news yesterday. We might have to, Mary, we might have to pull out our little bingo card of who's going to get killed in the next 13 days by a Clinton. I don't know if it'll be a judge or a name that's on that list because, there's a lot of squirmish individuals that are going to have a rough holiday stretch over these next 13 days.
So here's the thing. I don't have the high hopes that you have.
Yeah.
And I think their names will be redacted, number one. But number two, be very, very careful. Just because someone's on Epstein's flight log doesn't mean that they assaulted a child.
That's true.
Right? There were many people. Robert F. Kennedy said, hey, he gave us a ride. He said, we're going,
Twice.
So we got on the plane. That doesn't mean that they sexually assaulted a child.
Sure.
And I'm afraid that it's going to be used to paint everyone as guilty.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And there's a difference between that and Ghislaine Maxwell's client list.
Yes, absolutely
and
correct.
And that's what we should see. And why 13 days?
Yeah.
Why not yesterday?
Well, I guess the judge claims something along the appeals line of, these people that can come forward. I'm assuming if they came forward to, challenge the ruling, they would still be listed as Jane and John Doe's for the sake of protecting identities. But, what's the whole point? And we'll delve into this a little bit deeper later. What's the whole point of all the redactions? And if we're going to learn nothing, then it's ultimately going to end up being a big nothing burger. Let me just get your last thought on this, on the Trump front, as we put a bow here on hour number 1. You mentioned about you think there will be the conviction in Washington, D.C. When we look at all of these different cases from Manhattan to Washington, D.C., to Mar-a-Lago, to Fulton County, Georgia, I think the ones that people really care about, I don't think, yes, it would be a first to see, an indictment and a guilty charge on classified documents. Presidents have been doing this forever. Hell, right. Joe Biden, as vice president, was doing this. The one that people care most about is January 6th, and we know the tilted landscape. You said it, 97% vote Democrat in Washington, D.C. He's not going to get a jury amongst his peers. But again, let's keep this in mind. You just have to find one, right? On a jury, you just have to have one that says not guilty and Trump walks free. So, still mathematically, the burden is on the prosecution here. They got to get, they got to hit 100%. One wrong, that's a victory for Trump.
True, but in D.C. you don't have to hit 100%. They think he's guilty already. They hate him so much it doesn't matter to them. So it's just a show trial. Yeah. That's all this is. It's just a show trial. But I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I'm ready for Trump to be convicted in D.C.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. I'm ready for a little comedy, a little humor. Anthony Dorenzo, if we could fire up the impression, our buddy Sean Farash, who will be filling in and co-hosting Kayal and Company up on Friday, December 29th, as we are all on vacation and on break, went to social media last night after the Trump Colorado news came down. And here is a little impersonation of 45 reacting to the 14th Amendment decision that's based in Colorado. Take a listen.
What a disgrace. Crooked Colorado removed me from the ballot because I'm unstoppable. Unstoppable like Chris Christie in a donut eating contest. Unstoppable like Rosie O'Donnell at an all-you-could-eat buffet. Now this once beautiful ballot is a sad ballot. Sadder than Pocahontas after she received the results from her DNA test. They took my highly respected and beautiful name off, and now there's a big hole on the ballot. I call it a gap. A bigger gap than the gap between Stacey Abrams' teeth. I call her the beast of the Southeast. That's a gap like nobody's ever seen before. Keep that spot on the ballot warm for me because I'm going to be back stronger and better than ever. We will make Colorado's ballot great again, and we will make America great again. Believe me.
Oh, how good is that? I mean, I'm just sitting here. I could close my eyes, and I swear to God, that's Donald J. Trump himself. But that is our pal, Sean Farash. Mary, I'm not sure if you follow Sean on Twitter, but his Trump impression is just, I've never seen anything so good.
It's crazy. It's like he was born to play Donald Trump. Right?
Yes.
It's insane.
And when I have him on, we've had him on, I think 4 times now, and probably the last 2 months or so. And when he gets done going through his routine and his little comedy stand-up impression bit, he hosts a show on some other platform, and, he's really knowledgeable about all of this stuff. And I hear him in his normal voice, and it doesn't sound like it's really his normal. Like, I identify him as Trump. I don't identify his normal voice and what he does on a talk show. And many people have been asking, hey, when he fills in next week, is he going to do the whole 4 hours as Trump? No, I do not think he's going to do the whole 4 hours as Trump.
No, he's not. He's not. He is.
I don't want to hear that. It's going to ruin it for me.
I mean, I don't even know if you could, I mean, the best part about him, and I'm not an impressionist, so I don't understand how these people do it off. He pulls everything off. He's got the facial mannerisms,
the hands,
the little exhale. He's got every little nuance of Trump.
The teeth and everything.
Yeah,
like
the teeth.
Yeah, he always does that.
The sound he makes as he inhales.
Yeah.
He's got it
sound
all.
Trump makes. Yeah,
it's unbelievable. All right, coming up.
What a talent, man!
He really
incredible.
is.
Good for him. He's he should be raking it in while he can. That's fantastic.
No doubt about it. All right, coming up, hour number 2. Joe Biden's disastrous border, the Epstein details that are on the verge of coming out. How much information will we get, and what will we learn? We'll get to that before we get to what's on the cut sheet at 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. It's a busy Kayal and Company. Nobody mailing it in here on a Wednesday as we work our way towards Christmas on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig, or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Hey, Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey, Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh, right. It's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
How about a trip to sunny Clearwater, Florida? Sunshine, baseball, music, and comedy. Book your trip now to Clearwater with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at joeconklin.com.
This Christmas morning, unwrap your holiday favorites commercial-free on B101 from Mariah to Bing. We've got you covered. Listen to B101 commercial-free starting at noon Christmas Eve all through Christmas Day. Want to fill your home with holiday cheer? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation, people who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 999-3000.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
This segment of Kayal & Company is brought to you by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Best Work Industry for the Blind is changing lives, a non-profit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind provides training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. Thank you, Best Work Industries, for sponsoring Kayal & Company.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal & Company, 7:03. Welcome back in Hour 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist with you as we head until 10 o'clock. 855-839-1210 is how you be a part of the show at 1210 WPHT on social media. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons to be a part of the Kayal & Company community. Have your voice heard in the group chat. We got a lot coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. Cut sheet at 7:45. The latest with Jeffrey Epstein and a Biden big take on the border. That's coming up in just about 3 or 4 minutes, and we'll get to that coming up shortly here. But just to put a bow on the Trump conversation from the first hour, with Trump, Colorado, the 14th Amendment, and coming off of the ballot, the appeal, SCOTUS, the whole bit, as well as DeSantis, Ramaswamy, and Christie issuing statements on social media. Anthony Dorenzo, our producer, has told me that, Mary Walter, you indeed have, in fact, found a statement from Nikki Haley.
Yes, she gave a statement to the Des Moines Register. She said, I will tell you that I don't think Donald Trump needs to be president. I think I need to be president. I think that's good for the country. But I will beat him fair and square. We don't need to have judges making these decisions. We need voters to make these decisions. I want to see this in the hands of voters. We're going to win this the right way. We're going to do what we need to do. But the last thing that we want is judges telling us who can and can't be on the ballots. The courts will decide whether President Trump did something wrong or didn't. He has the right to defend himself. I will tell you what disappointed me was when this was happening, he had the opportunity to speak up and stop it, but he didn't, in referring to the quote-unquote insurrection. She also said that most Americans don't ever want to see that happen again, and he has the right to defend himself. So
okay.
There you go.
And she says she's going to beat Donald Trump fair and square.
Fair and
so
square.
She's very delusional. And Bird Brain, that's Trump's name for her, not my nickname for her. But Bird Brain thinks she can beat Trump straight up. Best of luck to you, Nikki Haley. It must be nice to live in that delusional fantasy world.
I'll tell you, though, the polls show in a head-to-head matchup with Joe Biden, she does really, really well. So
she does.
I give her that. She's not going to be president, but I give her that.
Right. Yeah, we've seen polls that said DeSantis, up a point on Joe or
what happened to
Vivek.
him?
All these people that could beat Joe head-to-head, but you know what? They just have to get past Trump first, which it does not look that they can do. Okay, 7:06 Wednesday morning. Let's get to what I had planned for 6:15 prior to the breaking news with Donald Trump, and that is a big take on Joe Biden. Let's get to it.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, about an hour late, but better late than never. Joe Biden's impeachable border abandonment. It is one thing to open an impeachment inquiry into the Biden crime family when it comes to selling the Biden brand, opening up shell companies, lining the pockets of Biden family members, and not paying taxes to Uncle Sam. Absolutely. But for my money, what is happening right now at our southern border is even more egregious, and even a bigger dereliction of duty by Joe Biden and his incompetent administration. This is national security malpractice. It's what it is. Biden, Alejandro Mayorkas, and every other southern border stooge have failed the American people, and they deserve to have their feet held to the fire for turning this country into a Motel 6. The Biden family lining their bank accounts doesn't harm me directly, doesn't harm you directly. But the failure to protect you from illegal migrants from around the globe does. What if your child accidentally comes across fentanyl? Blame it on Joe. What if cartel members or terrorists slip into the United States and end up killing or raping one of your family members? Blame it on Joe. The latest news is staggering and undeniable to anybody with two functioning eyes and the ability to do basic math. 12,600 illegal migrants crossed the U.S. border on Tuesday alone. That is a rate of 4.6 million per year. And these are the 19 House Republicans who voted against impeaching DHS Secretary Mayorkas or abstained. Dan Crenshaw, Nancy Mace, Patrick McHenry, Tom McClintock, Virginia Fox, Darrell Issa, Cliff Bentz, Ken Buck, Mike Turner, John Duarte, Roger Williams, Jim Banks, Vern Buchanan, Larry Bucshon, Mike Ezell, Pat Fallon, Alex Mooney, Greg Pence, and Marissa Salazar. Get rid of every single one of these clowns. Bill Malugin of Fox News has been stationed at the border for what seems like multiple years, tweeted the following yesterday, quote, there were more than 12,600 migrants encountered at the southern border in the last 24 hours, the highest single-day total ever recorded. The true number is significantly higher because there are thousands still waiting to be processed in Eagle Pass, and they do not count in the numbers until they are put into the computers. The official numbers yesterday include over 11,000 Border Patrol apprehensions of illegal immigrants and more than 1,600 migrants encountered at CBP ports of entry. This breaks the record of 12,000 encounters that was just set 2 weeks ago. Bill also goes on to point out the following. The Biden administration took a victory lap when border numbers temporarily dropped after the end of Title 42 in May. They said that their comprehensive plan was working. Since then, the numbers have surged to the highest in recorded history, and December is on track for another record. The following was a press release dated June 6th, 2023. Quote, border encounters remain low as Biden-Harris administration's comprehensive plan to manage the border after Title 42 in effect. Dumb and Dumber tried to claim the following. Since the CDC's Title 42 public health order lifted and the Biden-Harris administration's comprehensive plan to manage the border went into effect on May 12th, DHS has continued to experience a significant reduction in encounters at the southern border. Unlawful entries between ports of entry along the southwest border have decreased by more than 70% since May 11th. End quote. So what happened? They bragged over a small victory. I don't know, maybe the migrants went on summer vacation, but they're back in full force, and they have been for quite some time. And why now? Why are we seeing chaos, the equivalent of people rushing around and lining up at a department store on December 23rd looking for the last PlayStation 5? Oh, that's right. What's around the corner? Of course, it's election season. Come one, come all. Just vote D. Here's Bill Malugin of Fox News with the latest yesterday. Listen and watch clip number 1.
We have it, and the numbers just keep getting worse. Those 12,600 encounters you mentioned, that is the highest single-day total ever recorded, beating the previous record just a couple of weeks ago. And Eagle Pass is just getting completely overrun. Take a look at this video. A contact on the ground there sent us last night. Thousands upon thousands of migrants camped out waiting to be processed by Border Patrol. I can tell you I've spent hundreds of days in Eagle Pass over the last couple of years. I've never seen the situation that bad there, and it is still going on this morning. Take a live look at our Fox News drone over Eagle Pass right now. You can see masses of migrants still camped out there waiting for Border Patrol to take custody.
It literally, if you're watching on YouTube, it looks like Woodstock. I've never seen anything like it. Here's more details from Fox News on the border crossing impact and how it's also affecting America from a goods and commerce standpoint. Listen and watch this.
What's going on? The railway bridge has been shut down in the Eagle Pass, also in El Paso. CBP doing that to redeploy personnel to help Border Patrol with migrant processing, and Union Pacific is not happy about that decision. They tweeted in part, quote, Union Pacific urges the Eagle Pass and El Paso border crossings to be reopened immediately. Roughly 450,000 rail shipments move across these two gateways annually. It would take over 1 million trucks to move the same amount of goods. These locations represent 45% of cross-border Union Pacific business and include goods critical to the U.S. economy. So essentially, they are shutting down international commerce in these spots to help speed up migrant processing.
Boy, that's reassuring. That's good to know. But don't worry, the border is secure. Kamala Harris, well, I've never been to the border, but I've also, I've never been to Pluto either. Great. The Biden administration, they will tell you one thing, but internally, they are concerned. Reports coming out from Axios that Biden's campaign co-chair believes that Biden could lose the election big due to the border disaster. One can only hope. But maybe, just maybe, a big wall wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. But then again, remember, the wall, it's racist. It's racist to have a wall, right? Yeah, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, which is brought to you by Wawa. Whatever hoagie you prefer, Wawa hoagies are made just for you. Now you can get your favorite classic hoagie just the way you like for only $6. Gotta have a Wawa. If you have thoughts and reaction to the big take, you can certainly jump in. We'll get Mary's on the other side. 855-839-1210, the phone number, and we'll continue. Kayal and Company, live here on a Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't mess around with those silly toys. Beat you up.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Rich Zioli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Do you let other people order for you at a restaurant?
He'll have the saumon lyonnaise.
No, I won't. Or pick the movie you're going to see? She'd like a ticket to Attack on Rage Mountain.
Really?
Yeah, come on. So why would you let others make all the important decisions about how your life is going to be when you get older? I mean, is it okay with you if your kids decide where you're going to live? My kids? Are you out?
Are you kidding?
Or perfect strangers choose who will be taking care of you?
Not gonna happen.
No, Better visit longtermcare.gov, the trusted information site that helps you find your own path forward without selling you anything. It takes you step by step through everything you need to consider about aging and all your options. Longtermcare.gov. Stay in charge by planning now or pay later.
How about a mohawk?
How about a mohawk? How about I put my foot right... Oh, hi, honey.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's Natural Supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue's selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Idiots are everywhere. You can't swing a cat without hitting an idiot these days. And I'm not endorsing cat swinging.
and Jimmy Fallon, 10 to midnight.
We have a White House where someone is capable of getting anthrax inside and wouldn't be capable of finding out who committed the crime.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, welcome back in Kayal and Company as we continue 720 live here on a Wednesday morning. Mary Walter in for Dawn this morning, both today and tomorrow. This segment brought to you by Consumer Cellular, which offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a call or a click away, plus activation always free. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today. So, Mary, the big take this morning on the border, 12,600 individuals in one day. It is once again reaching, if not exceeding, historic numbers, all-time levels being set here. And it's just so disgraceful on many levels, from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris to Alejandro Mayorkas, that we are being steamrolled. This is an invasion. This is not just a small little issue or a Republican right-wing talking point. You see the visuals, the numbers are undeniable, and they have no answer for it because, honestly, they just don't care.
Well, I think they don't care that we're being steamrolled because they're above it all. It's not going to affect them. The ruling elite is never going to be affected by what the rest of us live under, which is why we need term limits on every single level in governments, that they have to go back and live under the same laws that the rest of us have to live under. Now, you had mentioned it's about voting, and there are some NGOs that are being accused of giving them voter registration forms, right? Illegally, of course, and there are allegations. That's all they are, is allegations at this point. Because think about it, if a couple thousand of them voted illegally, they didn't mean to. Oh well, this person gave me the thing, and they fill it out and they vote illegally. That's all that matters. I don't care if the votes are illegal, because the NGO is not going to be held accountable. The person who does it, if they get caught, right? They're not going to retract the person's vote. It's still going to count. It's all found out a couple of years later. So the end justifies the means. But more importantly, this is about the census. Remember, Democrats fought super, super hard to have all persons counted in the census, not just citizens. Republicans wanted just citizens, but it does say all persons should be counted. So the Democrats won. Why do they want that? Because in the last census, the 2020 census, Michigan, California, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois, and West Virginia all lost a seat in the House.
Mm-hmm.
The states that gained seats, Montana, Oregon, Colorado, Texas, Florida, Texas gained 2, North Carolina, all gained seats. So they need to stop the bleeding in their liberal bastions.
Right.
So since they're losing citizens, they just need to import more bodies.
Mm-hmm.
So this is about them maintaining power. They play the long game, and they'll deal with it later. They know these people will never be deported. If Donald Trump tries to, quote unquote, round them up to deport them and actually apply the law, we all know what's going to happen. Screaming, wailing, gnashing of teeth, the whole bit.
Oh, it's inhumane, Mary.
Right. It's terrible. This is the only life they've ever known.
Right.
Yeah. Whatever.
I love the audacity of them to play by them I say the Democrats, to play the inhumane card. You know what's inhumane is walking through Kensington in Philadelphia or a drug camp tent in San Francisco and watching people zoned out and zombied out on tranq with open wounds as they lay on the curb. And we only clean it up when G comes to San Francisco or Los Angeles hosts the Super Bowl. Then we get our act together. But any other day of the week, just let them hang out there. More urban decay.
Yeah, they're above it. That doesn't affect them. So they don't care. It just affects the little people. But you know what? If you're dumb enough to keep voting for this stuff, I don't feel sorry for you.
Elections have consequences.
Right. Here you go.
Yes.
This is what happens when you make poor choices. You either wind up having to walk through that or you get a reality show. It's one or the other. And most of you wind up just having to walk over the bodies. The other part of this, if you follow Ashley St. Clair on Twitter, I think she works for Babylon Bee, but she posted a video of a line of illegals getting on the same Delta flight that she was getting on. They were getting Delta premium seats, not cattle car. Delta premium seats. These people don't have ID. And so you're getting on a plane with people who have had no health care screenings. We have no idea what they're coming across the border with, right? But yet, remember, you have to wear a mask on a plane because you could give somebody COVID. They could have TB, they could have measles, they could have anything, and they're getting on the plane with you, sitting right next to you in some instances. We don't know who these people are. These people could be on a terrorist watch list, and they're getting on a plane with you, and we're paying for this. And TSA has also secretly set up in some airports, when you go to TSA screening, you get in line with all the other cattle, and then, or sometimes you have TSA pre-check, those people get in line.
Right.
The illegals who are flying have their own line that is streamlined just for them because they don't have to go through the pesky check for identity or anything else, and they have their own line.
Do they have to take their shoes off and then go through the little machine and put their arms up like they're under arrest and have the little scanner?
I would assume that they have to do that. There's at least that going on. But it is so annoying to me that I have to show my papers in order to prove that I'm a citizen and that I have an ID. I have to show my passport or my real ID and all this. And they just walk on.
Yeah.
So it's a super dangerous situation. I wouldn't want to get on a plane because I don't know who these people are.
Pretty remarkable. They get to fly Delta Premium, and I'm flying Frontier and Allegiant, where you're lucky to get a seatbelt and a padded seat. You look at them for a bottle of water. They're like, "What? Water? What's that? Oh, we don't serve water on this flight. You chose Allegiant."
And they can buy whatever they want if they want a meal because they get their gift card at the border too, courtesy of the American taxpayer.
Yeah.
They get their little card with up to $5,000. We don't know, it depends, but up to $5,000.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. How about this? Speaking of the border and Joe Biden, a headline on FoxNews.com. Biden campaign co-chair admits that she's afraid Biden will lose big due to the border crisis. So the co-chair saying that she is absolutely afraid of the effect the worsening border crisis could have on Joe's re-election efforts. Representative Veronica Escobar, Democrat from Texas, argues that Congress and not the president is to blame, and for the steady flow of hundreds of thousands of migrants across the U.S.-Mexico border each month, immigration has been one of Biden's least popular issues. He's been polling terribly in every category, but certainly with the border. She says, quote, "It is our job," she said, referring to Congress, quote, "We have failed over and over again. I do worry that Democrats will get blamed simply because the president is in the White House. When pressed about whether she fears Biden will face political consequences for the crisis, she responded, "I hope not, but I'm afraid of that." They realize that this has been a unmitigated disaster, and regardless of facts or reality, the optics look awful for Joe, and there's no way to sugarcoat this one.
So here's the thing. The Democrats are so ruthless, they will sacrifice Joe on this altar.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is all about bringing bodies into this country. So they will sacrifice Joe. Why do you think so many Democrat organizations are pouring money into Nikki Haley?
Yep.
Right? So they'll take that. They'll take a Nikki Haley. They don't want Trump. They do not want Trump. But they will take a Nikki Haley because they think they can control her. She's a little bit easier for them to control. But they know that these people are never going away, and that's all that matters to them. They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
So they will throw Joe under the bus in a heartbeat.
You're 1,000% correct. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. 855-839-1210 if you want to join the show. Cut Sheet is coming up at 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. But coming up on the other side, two things that we will hit on before we get to the Cut Sheet. We mentioned the over 170 people with Jeffrey Epstein links likely to be named in court documents. That is set to be unsealed in just under 2 weeks. But before we get to that, Joe Biden reluctant to accept his old age. So says a few of Biden's aides. We'll talk about Biden's aides and what they are reporting anonymously about Joe and getting old with old age. Those details on the other side. Kayal and Company, Nick and Mary back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Zioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. And you're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Debt. We can all get in a bit too deep. Members of the NFCC, the National Foundation for Credit Counseling, can help you put debt in its place.
Credit cards took charge of my financial life. An NFCC credit counselor helped me get back in control. I took charge of my debt.
Student loan debt followed me wherever I went. My NFCC financial advocate taught me all I needed to know. I mastered my student loan debt.
We wanted to buy our first home, but weren't sure if we were mortgage ready. Our NFCC housing counselor helped us make a plan. We're on a path to our first home.
NFCC member agencies serve all 50 states and Puerto Rico. Convenient, helpful, knowledgeable, nonprofit. Financial advocates there for you.
We put debt in its place.
Be one of 5 million people to beat debt by 2020. Connect with an NFCC certified credit counselor at your local member agency today. Go to nfcc.org/stopdebt or call 877-410-6322.
Staying healthy and independent means staying up to date on immunizations for COVID, flu, RSV, and more. Get help finding appointments, getting to appointments, or connecting to a variety of other community services that allow you to live your best life through PA Link. PA Link is Pennsylvania's one-stop shop for seniors and adults living with disabilities. Call the PA Link helpline at 800-753-8827.
Supported by a grant from the Administration for Community Living, paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's a Hessert holiday at Hessert Chevrolet, and that means it's time to get the best price on a new Chevy this year. Hessert has a huge inventory of new and pre-owned vehicles and will pay top dollar for your trade. Online or in person, shop Philadelphia's most convenient, hassle-free car dealership. Enjoy a Hessert holiday and get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Chevy, together let's drive.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
See dealer for complete details.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
descends upon us, it's that time of year. Brandy and eggnog, there's plenty of cheer. There's
Kayal and
lights on
Company,
the trees and
welcome back in, 7:35 as we continue live Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45? 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Download the free Odyssey app. You can listen to us that way. You can also watch us on YouTube if you prefer the visual aspect of the show. Some ugly, bald schlub with a beard like myself. Mary Walter, who's got the festive decorations in the background in her little broadcast studio, which is...
I try. I'm sure there are some people who don't like it, but oh well.
No, I think it's a touch of class. It's seasonal. You're playing to the time of year. It's a good look. You pull it off quite well.
I did it just for you. 10 o'clock last night I was doing this.
That's commitment, Mary. That's what we applaud, and we absolutely love that about you. So let's get to this story before we get to Epstein and before we get to the cut sheet. Speaking of Joe Biden, we know that Joe is a very, very stubborn guy. In fact, he's an angry guy. I know the media tries to portray him as everybody's pop-pop, but, he'll have those moments where he raises his voice and he starts shouting and he says all sorts of ridiculous stuff. But apparently, according to a report, this coming out on Axios, that Joe Biden is reluctant to accept his old age. They say the following: President Biden's reluctance to acknowledge his physical limitations at age 81 is causing some tension on his team as senior aides and First Lady Jill Biden pushed him to rest more and be vigilant about his health going into 2024. Current and former aides say that Biden is extraordinarily energetic for his age, but his repeated insistence that he feels so young can draw eye rolls. Some current and former aides believe that Biden doesn't realize how old he can come across. I actually would argue Joe probably doesn't even know he's 81. If you asked him his age, he wouldn't know the number. That's how out of it I really think he is. In conversations with aides and friends, Biden has frequently said some version of, quote, "I feel so much younger than my age." Managing his schedule and energy has become crucial to his re-election campaign, given widespread voter concerns about his ability to do the job until January 2029, when he will then be 86 years old. It's actually gotten to the point now where Jill is focusing on resting Joe, improving his diet, and managing his day-to-day schedule. And the claim is that, Joe exudes so much energy throughout the day that when he appears in public events, that's when he becomes fatigued because he's such a grinder throughout the day, which I highly dispute. I actually think he's fatigued 24/7 until they hop him up on whatever they hop him up on to get him through a speech. Mary, I think we all, I can't speak for everybody, but I'll be 40 in about 10 days. And you know what? I don't feel like I did when I was 30. I don't feel like I did when I was 20. I'm probably not the same Nick that I used to be. I am also a little reluctant to accept that when I play golf at 39, the next morning I wake up, I don't feel like I did when I golfed the next morning when I was 29. But that's life. That's father time. Father time is undefeated. This whole age dynamic is a big, big issue for Joe, and now you can see the spin now. Now Jill's getting involved as the concerned wife.
I refer to her as his visiting nurse.
Yes.
She's with him at all times. Here's the thing. When it comes to mental capacity, look, your body's going to break down, and if you want to know how it's going to break down, look at your parents. Pick your parents well. You can eat well, you can exercise, you could do that, but there are certain things that are going to come along that are hereditary, whether it's arthritis or bad eyesight or whatever it happens to be. Happens to everybody. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
Now, but when it comes to mental capacity, that's what I care about. I don't care if Joe Biden can't really walk around and he's in a wheelchair. That doesn't matter to me. I don't care about that. I care about his mental capacity. My husband's grandmother and her sisters lived into their hundreds.
Whoa.
His one aunt died at 107. She and her sisters were doing the New York Times crossword puzzle in their 90s. They were with it. Mm-hmm. Now, their bodies broke down, but mentally sharper than probably most younger people. Mm-hmm. Okay, they knew it. They knew their stuff. I'm fine with those people continuing to serve in government or do a job or whatever, because mentally they can handle it. Joe Biden, I don't think can mentally handle it. I don't care if he takes a nap during the day. I love a good nap during the middle of the day.
I take one 5 days a week at 12 o'clock, for God's sake.
Exactly, right? So that to me doesn't bother me. There's too much emphasis on, I think, on the physical. Who cares about the physical? I care about the mental aspect of this job. He doesn't have to run a relay race. He's not pole vaulting. That's what we should be focusing on. And I think too many people get distracted by the physical part of it. And listen, Jill is micromanaging his schedule now, according to the Daily Caller, looking, helping to manage his diet but they keep an eye on each other's schedules, just like Joe's keeping an eye on her schedule too. We all know that's not true.
Yeah.
I would prefer to see them acknowledge his body, acknowledge the toll of time on his body, but stress that his mind is still functional.
It's the Biden triangle, if you think about it. He's being attacked, rightfully so, for three different reasons. You've got the age, the mental cognitive decline, and obviously the physical decline. He falls going up the steps, he falls going down the steps, he falls off of bikes, you name it. The mental, the age, so that's one component of the triangle. You've got all the failed policies, all the disastrous situations in this country, housing market, cost of gas, the cost of groceries, the kitchen table issues, the economy, inflation, things like that. And then you've got, and take them for what they are, because, look, I think the polls are accurate this time around on Joe Biden and approval ratings. We saw polls in 2022 that said red wave, red wave, red wave. That didn't materialize. But I actually saw a poll yesterday that Joe is now so low that in one poll, Kamala is polling higher than Joe by 1 point. She's at 35% and he's at 34%, which doesn't say anything about Kamala trending upward. It's just that Joe is tanking so bad that he's dipped below his incompetent stooge vice president. I've never seen anything like it, Mary. So it's really coming from three different angles. It's the failed policies, the terrible polls, and the mental, physical stuff under the age concept.
And now you know why they can't take Joe out and run Kamala, because she's the border czar.
No. Well,
right?
No, well, and think about this. The reallocation of Kamala Harris, she has been moved around more than anybody I have ever seen in presidential politic history. Think about this. First, she was the border czar, never went to the border. Then she was reassigned to artificial intelligence, which I would think you have to have some sort of human intelligence to try to counter artificial intelligence, but she doesn't seem to have that. And now,
didn't she tell us that consists of two letters, A, I, when she was trying to explain to us what artificial intelligence is?
She spoke to us like we were a 5-year-old in kindergarten. Yeah. And now they are going to send her out on the tour in 2024 to speak about abortion, which that might be the one saving grace for Joe Biden and this administration. I'm of the belief that abortion could come back and haunt the GOP.
It will.
And she's going to be the voice for that. This might be the one area where she will have success, because young females will listen to her on this topic, and it will resonate with that demographic of voters.
Yeah, the Democrats are going to totally run on abortion, 100%. It's the only thing they can run on, and it's just going to be fear-mongering. They're going to put you in red robes and force you to birth children and blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, especially young women vote emotionally. They vote like they're voting for their class president based on personality. So they're going to vote for the dreamy jock. That's who they're going to vote for, not the nerdy guy who could actually get something done. Yep. And that's a problem in this country. We vote on popularity and not policy. And that's a bad thing. We need to start being adults and voting for the president, not the president of your class, but the president of the country, and vote on policy. But that's hard. You got to actually learn things and read stuff before you cast your ballot for the dreamy guy or the cool candidate. But Democrats are smart. They know it.
Yep. You're absolutely right. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you chime in. We've got Tony Bruno coming up at 7:30, at 8:30 this morning, live from Florida. But right now, we have an absolutely loaded edition of a Wednesday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet? what's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? I don't even know what day it is.
It is Wednesday, sir.
It's brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time because they need to clear their lot. They are undergoing a state-of-art renovation, and they need to make some room for their new vehicles. Take advantage of their incredible sale and lease options. Check out cherryhillvolvo.com. Tell them Kayal and Company sent you. All right, moving into the cut sheet. This one still baffles me. I know we continue to talk about John Fetterman and how he pretty much sounds rational, finally.
He's become a common sense man.
I don't know what happened, but he joined Jake Tapper and CNN, and he spoke out with the constant ongoing Israel-Hamas conversation. He spoke out on young people in TikTok and all the narratives around it.
I really don't know. I do know that a lot of people are getting their perspective from TikTok. And I think if you're kind of getting your perspective on the world on TikTok, it's going to tend to be kind of warped or not reflective of the history and actually the way things absolutely are. And what is very clear is that Hamas started this, and they actually broke the ceasefire, and they attacked and murdered babies, children, women, attacked a music concert and everything. It's outrageous. And from now on, it's been very clear that Israel would very much want there to be peace. But they've made it very clear that after October 7th, that's just not possible so long as Hamas is allowed to exist.
Boy, Mary, I got to tell you, the 180 that John Fetterman has done in the last, 4 to 6 weeks, maybe since Halloween, early November, has got to have a lot of this squad Dems very triggered because, it's interesting. When Fetterman started in politics, he, even though he's not the everyman, he's a Harvard graduate, he doesn't pay his taxes, lived at home with mommy and daddy, he tried to portray himself as a blue-collar Democrat, and then when the election came around, all of a sudden he was this progressive left-winger. And ever since the stroke and the stroke recovery, and he's starting to sound like he's recovered, and there's some developments and improvements in his speech patterns. All of a sudden, he's starting to say some things that you're like, wow. From a conservative or a Republican angle, you're like, okay, yeah, that's kind of the way we feel on some of these issues. But I'm wondering if the Dems are like, hey, we got to put John Fetterman back on mothballs. We got to mute this guy. He's making too much sense.
Yeah, it's just amazing, and I personally see this as another sign of the coming apocalypse, because I've agreed with him on like 5 different things in the last 3 weeks, which makes me I'm evaluating my life choices at this point. I'm looking at my husband every now and then going, I've been making some really bad decisions. Like, I agree with Fetterman. I don't know, should we get divorced? I'm just like, I'm questioning all my life choices. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if this really is is this a body double? Like, is this the conservative Fetterman that they're trotting out to maybe try to quell the anti-Semitism wing of their party? I am so befuddled by this entire thing. I just can't make heads or tails
Mary,
of it.
every time,
I don't know. I got nothing.
Every time I see a clip of him and I hear it, I wonder if I'm being trolled on social media with artificial intelligence. Like, did Mike Opelka just manipulate the audio and put in conservative talking points that come out of Fetterman's mouth? It's bizarre.
But wait, he doesn't have auditory processing problems all of a sudden. He can understand the questions that are being asked all of a sudden. When did that happen?
Are you saying this is a body double?
I don't know. That's how confused I am by this turn of events. I don't know. He can understand the questions. He can form sentences now without all the gibberish in it. What is happening?
I'll go back to my youth as a child. Do you remember Family Matters, the Urkel TV show in the 90s? He used to go into this little chamber, and he would go in as dorky Steve Urkel and come out as the polished Stefan Urkel, and he would be a totally different guy. I think Fetterman's got Urkel's chamber.
Have you seen this side-by-side picture on a different note of Stephen Urkel and President Gay of Harvard?
Oh, no. No.
It's scary.
Is it really?
It's really scary.
I'll take Steve Urkel over Claudine Gay any day of the week.
Claudine, yes. Yeah, I couldn't remember her first name.
Yep.
Yeah, the two of them, it looks like it was like Stephen Urkel as a kid, Stephen Urkel grown up. Oof.
Wow. That's not a good look for both.
No.
Well, let's stay on Fetterman here, just because he had another really just it's just crazy that he said this. He was also on CNN another time talking about immigration and how much of a problem it actually is. This is cut 7. There's actually no video here, but go.
To find anybody that can say there's not any kind of an issue right now on the border that has around 270,000 people being encountered on the border just in 1 month. And to put that in perspective, as I've said before, that's the size of Pittsburgh. And if roughly the size of Pittsburgh is showing up in the border, if that's what you need to say, that's fine, that's not really an issue as a progressive, then I guess that's why it wouldn't be a progressive.
So Fetterman claiming, I believe last week, that he's not a progressive, but on the actual content in which he's talking about there, it's really hard to quantify this. You hear the numbers. Sometimes the visual really will do it for you. If you follow End Wokeness on Twitter, that Twitter feed, they tweeted out a picture of the University of Michigan's football stadium, which holds, I believe, 107,000 fans. And they took the numbers and they said, well, 12,600 illegal migrants come in one day. If you extrapolate that out over about an 8 or a 9 day stretch, you could actually fill the entire football stadium of Michigan with illegal crossings. And then if you were to see that, think about that. That's roughly on a weekly basis, a football stadium of illegal crossings. That is the invasion that I'm talking about every day that's happening here.
It is those. That's what you need. You need those visuals, which again, when I heard this from Fetterman, I was like, oh my God, I agree with him on this too. But to me, the guy who we were told had all these problems from the stroke, all these, issues with thinking and processing and everything else, even he gets it.
Yep.
Right? It's so obvious. Even that guy understands and gets it. So it says to me that the Democrats and the party is purposely doing this. This is not just a failure of policy or anything, and we can't do anything about it. It's being done purposely because even John Fetterman gets it.
Well, and this administration has left out some of their biggest Democratic mayors begging and pleading for help. You've got Eric Adams in New York. You've got Brandon Johnson in Chicago. They're basically saying, look, we have nowhere else to go. Our city is completely overrun at this point. We're full. We have no more vacancies, and help's not on the way despite our public cries and our pleas for help.
But did you notice Eric Adams blamed the Biden administration and said that Washington, D.C. has got to do something and we need more money and they need to secure the border. And what happened to Eric Adams?
Yep.
Oh, sexual assault allegations, and the FBI comes and they have a warrant and they raid his car and they take his laptop and his cell phone. So the guy in Chicago who's super left, he was smart. He blamed Republicans.
Mm-hmm. He's even further left than Lori Lightfoot, which is remarkable, and goes to show you that Chicago deserves what they get because you voted for somebody even far lefter than Lori. But how about this, too? I mean, Eric Adams, you want to talk about going after Biden. I mean, let's face it, the Biden administration, they'll come after one of their own if you speak out against them. But not a good stretch for Eric Adams. I think you probably saw this. Eric Adams was asked to explain New York City in one word, and he used 2 words. And then he said, well, you could open up a small business one day, or there could be a 9/11 hijacker the next day. That's the beauty of New York.
Doesn't that sound great?
Like what?
Yeah, that's the best answer of all time.
Would you like to retract that 9/11 part, sir?
That was awesome. I'm like, when I think of New York, sure, I automatically think about dying.
Yeah.
You know,
right. Like, hey, sell us on New York City. Well, we did have September 11th. That was pretty interesting, was it not? Like, if you're selling a home, you want to point out all the great features of your house. You never want to lead with, hey, I've got a little bit of mold and mildew in my basement.
Yeah.
Probably want to omit that.
No, that's like leading with saying, there was a murder in this house.
Yeah. This house is beautiful, but it's haunted.
Yeah, what are we doing here? Actually, I'm happy you guys brought him up because this will be great. Cut 10 here, Phil. Eric Adams pleads with New Yorkers and protesters to go to D.C. Due to the migrant crisis. This is cut 10, Phil. Go.
I'm saying to New Yorkers, you're angry and I'm angry. And the source of our discontent lies in Washington, D.C. And we need to mobilize and rally and go to D.C. and say to the national government, this is not fair what's happening to New York City. So I need to connect New Yorkers to the source of the problem.
I don't know about you, Mary, but it sounds to me like Eric Adams is inciting an insurrection. He's telling you in New York to go to the national government, as he said. Go to the White House and rally and, I don't know, throw things through glass windows and throw chairs and sit down in somebody's seat in an office and walk around with a cell phone. I don't know. Sounds very insurrection-y to me, Mary.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
And listen, he is definitely going after the administration. He's doubling down. He is making no qualms about where he is laying the blame of this at the feet of the Biden administration. So it'll be interesting to see if he gets charged by Jack Smith for insurrection.
You know, it would not surprise me if the feds show up again and raid one of Eric Adams' offices or homes or properties. Because anytime you speak out, we've seen this many times, and I love seeing woke eat woke because I think they will devour their own. But the Biden administration, maybe you know what? Maybe they are fair. They don't care if you're a Republican or the Democratic mayor of New York. You say the truth, we're coming for you.
Good point.
It is. But moving on, I wanted to hold this one a little bit, but now let's get to it. Vivek making some of the biggest news other than Trump with all of what's going on since the Colorado. Yes, our favorite Vivek Ramaswamy. He spoke out. This will be cut 9, Phil, talking about how all the GOP candidates should drop out if Trump is not on the ballot, including his own campaign. This is cut 9, Phil, go.
They have just tried to bar President Trump from the Colorado ballot using an unconstitutional maneuver that is a bastardization of the 14th Amendment to our U.S. Constitution. This was a provision, Section 3, that was designed to bar Confederate members, people who switched to the Confederacy, from actually being able to serve. That's very different than what's at issue here, to say the least. This is a hollowed out husk of what the country was built on. The basic principle that we, the people, select our leadership, not the unelected elite class in the back of palace halls. That's old world Europe, not the United States. That's why I'm making a pledge today that I will withdraw, I pledge to withdraw from the Colorado GOP primary ballot unless and until Trump's name is restored. And I demand that Ron DeSantis and Chris Christie and Nikki Haley do the same thing, or else these Republicans are simply complicit in this unconstitutional attack on the way we conduct our constitutional republic. I refuse to be complicit in that. I think what they're doing is wrong, and I think it's up to Republicans to step up and stand up with a spine for our country's future. That's really what's at stake, whether we, the people, actually have a say in deciding who leads this country. Yes, it would be easier for other Republicans like me who are running in this race to say, hey, if Trump is sidelined, there's our opportunity. No doubt other candidates are probably privately celebrating with their corporate sponsors. That's not the right thing to do. I think the most useful thing that every GOP candidate can do right now is to join me in that pledge. I'll say that I will withdraw from that Colorado GOP primary ballot until Trump's name is restored. This belongs to the people, not to the unelected Democratic cabal of judges in Colorado or any other state. And I demand that Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley and Chris Christie do the same thing, or else they're complicit in what this security state is trying to do to shut down Trump. I stand by that, and I expect them to do the right thing.
Wow. Very, very strong presentation from Vivek. That video and audio that we played is from his Twitter. He got 6.8 million views to that video. I would say nobody has stood up for what is right more than Vivek outside of Donald Trump. Not Christie, not Haley, not DeSantis. You can argue and you can claim that Vivek is kissing up to Trump. He's never gone after Trump. You could also claim he's been the biggest supporter of Trump amongst these Republican primary challengers. But that was, I thought, an emphatic speech by Vivek, and I think he gets a lot of points for that with a lot of people.
100%. 100%. And listen, is he angling for a spot in a Trump administration?
Absolutely.
Maybe, right? But I also think he started this in the very beginning, and I go back to when Trump was first in court, and he went and he stood on the steps of the courthouse
down
and
in
said,
Miami.
everybody should be here. Ron DeSantis should be here.
Yep.
Nikki Haley should be here. And I love that he's calling them out on it. He's saying, yes, this is a campaign. However, right is right and wrong is wrong. So good for him.
I agree.
I love it.
Also, the use of the word bastardization, totally underutilized in today's vocabulary. I think we need to make that word great again. And also, it looked like he was wearing an Old Navy coat with the little wool type stuff on the inside of the lining.
Yeah.
That was very popular in 2003. I don't know if Vivek's trying to make a fashion statement there or not, but it came off pretty well in my opinion.
Now, if it was a members only jacket, that would be a fashion statement.
That's very true. Or a bomber jacket. Whatever happened to the bomber jacket in the 80s?
Well, yeah, that's why I like his jacket. That's a good choice, I think.
Yeah, that's what he was wearing.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue to move on here. This will be cut 12, Phil. I know we talk a lot about Gen Z and young people and kind of what they think, especially on TikTok with politics. Link Lauren is a Gen Z. I mean, he's a conservative. He identifies as a Trump supporter. He doesn't think Trump's perfect. He's, propped up RFK times 2. But he reacted live on TikTok last night and posted his take, and I just wanted you guys to hear what he had to say. This will be cut 12, Phil. Go.
News 5 minutes ago, the Colorado Supreme Court just ruled that Donald Trump is ineligible to run for president and he will not be on the ballot. Colorado Supreme Court ruled in a 4-3 decision citing the 14th Amendment in January 6. Interestingly enough, the powers that be are also trying to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. He's had to take legal action in Utah because they were changing the rules and changing the dates. In my opinion, we're the United States of America. We're supposed to have free and fair elections, and we're supposed to have choices whether you like the people or not. A New York Times Siena poll came out this morning, a very reputable poll that shows Trump leading Biden with young voters 49-43. Biden's approval rating is at 37%, and 57% disapprove of Joe Biden's handling of the Middle East. At this point, it's very obvious that Joe Biden and all of his consultants are very concerned with his chances of being reelected. David Axelrod, who's one of the most respected guys in Democratic politics, even he is concerned with Joe Biden. The last thing I'll say about the Colorado Supreme Court decision is I hope these judges could be fair and impartial, but there's no way a judge can really leave their political leanings outside the courtroom. As you guys know, I have friends on the left, the right, the middle, all across the political spectrum. I welcome everyone, and I know some folks are really happy tonight, and some folks are very upset. We will have to see what happens. I will keep you guys updated on.
Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. But I think that just gives you a taste of not everything is this, Gen Z, Biden, packaged kind of thing for everyone to. I think this. We keep saying this. I think this alone is really, really, really going to get Trump more support. This more than anything that has happened yet. I think this is the number one thing. People that are on the fence are just going to say, "Screw it, I'm going for him."
Yeah, I agree. And I hate and I despise TikTok, but if it's going to be around, conservatives and Republicans better start utilizing it better, like that guy just did right there. I would say this: when you think about what happened last night. If we're talking about this coordinated effort, and it's more than just coincidence. So Joe's latest polls, 33% lowest ever, and oh, by the way, here comes Colorado. Now go back to March, go back to April, go back to May, go back to June. Every time there was a negative story or a little bit of a scandal or new revelations or bombshell reports that were negative for the Biden administration or Biden family members, the very next day, we had indictments come out. Yep. We had Alvin Bragg, you had New York, you had Miami, you had with the Mar-a-Lago classified documents, the FBI raid, you had Washington, D.C., and it's legitimately, I laid it out in one of the big takes back in late spring, early summer. I mean, if you looked at it on a calendar, you would have said, this is 1,000% theater and orchestrated by the left. One time, okay, it might be coincidence. 2, 3, 4. I mean, come on, it's as plain as day.
Well, if you want to get a little conspiratorial, because I think you're 100% correct. What did we find out yesterday? Oh, wait, Ashley Biden hasn't paid her taxes either.
But Joe loves his kids, Mary.
Right, he just loves his children.
Yes.
That to me, okay, I get it. You can love your children, but what he's done with Hunter is enable him. Mm-hmm. He's going to love Hunter into an early grave.
Yeah. Yep.
And he has enabled Hunter. If he really loved his son, he should have said to him, hey, what you're doing is wrong. He should have said to him, I'm not sending you any more money.
Yep.
To spend on drugs,
mm-hmm.
or hookers or God knows what. That's what a loving parent should do. Mm-hmm. And I realize that it's hard to say, to see your kids go through something through through something like that, but this has been going on for decades.
Must be nice not to pay taxes, Mary. I mean, Hunter didn't pay taxes on $1.4 million.
Ashley?
His daughter doesn't pay taxes on, what, tens of thousands of dollars. You know, could you imagine if you were getting a paycheck and you didn't have to pay taxes, all the things you could do with that money?
Imagine.
I'm going to consider that. You know what? Moving forward, when I get my check from Odyssey at the end of the year, I'm going to skip out on taxes. I'm going to use it for something else. I
you
do.
get paid for this?
Yes. It's wild.
Get
I know.
the heck out. Wait a minute. I'm not getting up early tomorrow.
Why give Uncle Sam 28 or 33% when you can pocket that? What the hell?
Right.
We'll just play Christmas music. Yeah. Oh,
I agree.
Goodness. All right, well, let's get to this will be cut 11, Phil. I really like this. This is comedian Simon Fraser, and I feel like I've always thought this, and I've never expressed it the way he did. He expressed this perfectly. He talks about immigration in America and what makes us different from the rest of the world. Listen in here. This is cut 11, Phil. Go.
I love America. People always like, how can you love America? It's a racist country. It's like, well, hold on. Every country is racist. Why do you think every country is a country? Like, every country exists because for the entirety of history, they've been like, hey, we like us, and we don't like you, so you can't come in. But America gets all the blame because we're the one country that's ever been like, hey, we don't like you, but come in. Everyone's like, you gotta go to Sweden, there's no racism in Sweden. Yeah, because everyone's Swedish. Pretty easy not to be racist when you don't give yourself the option. All these other countries being mad at America for being racist. That's like a girl who's a virgin being mad at a girl for having herpes. It's like you haven't even let anyone in. How do you know you won't catch this virus?
That's really good. And you know what's so ridiculous what the left loves to do is if you say you want to build the wall or finish the wall, that's racist. If you want to put down razor wire that makes it punitive to try to attempt to enter this country, it's inhumane. No, it's called protecting your citizens. It's called national security and not allowing the United States to be. And by the way, let's keep this in mind. It's not just people from the southern border that are coming in from Mexico. We have basically had a global advertisement that says, hey, if you're in Asia, if you're in China, you want to come over, we have an open southern border. If you're a terrorist in the Middle East, the hell with flying a plane. You can actually come up through the southern border, and then we'll have no idea where you are because you'll be a gotaway. We'll have no idea if you're paying taxes. Odds are you'll get a free room. You'll get free food. You'll complain that the food's not good enough. You'll trash the hotel room that somebody would pay for. And also, we'll kick out veterans and put them on the streets for illegal immigrants. It's broken. It's disgraceful. And the last thing I will say, Mary, it really steams me up that we care more, our government cares more about Ukraine's border than we care about our own southern border.
Well, and that's one thing good for a MAGA Mike there in the House and the Republicans actually in the Senate as well, holding strong on this negotiation regarding our border. And they're making the exact same argument that you just made. Why are we spending billions on Ukraine's border, and we want to send millions to Israel for their border, but we're not spending any money on our border? You know, it's not racist for those countries to have borders, and then people will say, well, you know, they're not, you know, they're being bombed, and, you know, they're at war. Mm-hmm. You don't think that there's a war going on right now at our southern border? You talk about these people coming from all over the world. There are Chinese military-aged men coming across our border. There are very few women and children coming across the border. It is mostly military-aged men that are coming across our border. How do you think those people get here from China? Mm-hmm. I'm supposed to believe they're all poor and they're just coming across the border with their only pair of flip-flops on their feet. Right. I'm not buying that. It's expensive to get here from China, from Senegal, from everywhere else in the world, but somehow they're all managing to do it, even though they're allegedly dirt poor.
Yeah.
Do you think people just say, I'm unhappy in China, so I'm just going to go to America? And the premier goes, sure, leave China. Right. No. And you don't leave China just because you want to get out. You leave China because they let you out.
Yep. And the only saving grace so far has been some of the stories where you see people from perhaps Venezuela that come here. They end up getting shipped on a bus to Chicago or New York. They realize they can't find the work that they want. And then they're like, wait a minute, man, America is not as good as I thought it was. And they say, well, it's not safe. There's a lot of crime. I think about what that says about our country from an advertising standpoint. People would rather leave the United States and go back to Venezuela because, man, America's kind of a mess right now.
And we pay for them to go back.
Yep.
If they want to go back, we will pay their airfare. I don't understand why, because, they got here. How come the coyotes can't take them back the other way? But to your point, just to kind of put a bow on everything that you were saying about all these people coming from all over the world, do you know to legally claim asylum, you're supposed to claim asylum in the first country to which you hit when you leave your country? So if you're leaving Brazil, you got to go to and you go to Colombia, you are legally supposed to ask for asylum in Colombia. You don't get to pass through all those other countries till you get to America to declare asylum.
Yep, that is correct.
So these people are all, they should have all been turned back. Oh, you're from Brazil? Well, you pass through a bunch of other countries. Go back and try again. That's what should be happening, but it's not. All these people with it, they're refugees.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well said.
Next here we got, I know both of you mentioned Jonathan Turley and Fox News. He spoke out last night, of course, right after the ruling with the Colorado Supreme Court. This will be cut 3. Phil, go.
This country needs some healing. And what the Colorado Supreme Court did is they basically took a blow at democracy in the name of democracy, as you mentioned. We've never needed the democratic process more. We need voters to be able to make a decision. Because at some point we've got to come back together. And I'll note, there were 4 justices here that they finally found a majority to accept this dangerous theory. But there were 3 Democrats on the other side that refused to sign off. And some of those judges in other states that have rejected this theory, they're also Democrats. And they didn't do it because they had affinity for Donald Trump. They did it because they had affinity for the Constitution. And I'm hoping that we'll see that same profile of courage on the U.S. Supreme Court, because we need to speak as one voice right now and to say that what the Colorado Supreme Court did is wrong. This is not what we're about.
Well said by Turley, and this is absolutely a flagrant disregard and violation of the Constitution. You can't pick and choose selectively when you want to believe and stand for the Constitution and when you want to just have complete disregard for certain amendments like the 14th Amendment here. What's amazing is the Biden administration, the left and Democrats, they talk about threats to democracy, and Joe said he was going to be a uniter. He was going to unify the country. All he has done is divide the country further, weaponize the DOJ, and turn this, when I say this, the 2024 election into election interference. This is, and I hate using it because everybody uses the phrase to death, but this really is third world banana republic stuff. This is not supposed to be, America is supposed to be the shining light and the beacon for the way it should be globally. And we're doing stuff that looks like would happen in a third world country with a nation of 47,000 people with dictators that can't flee that nation quick enough. It's just a disgrace on every front, Mary.
Well, you import enough people from third world banana republics who are used to dictators, right? And what do you become? Because that's what they're used to.
Yep. I mean, that's what they thought they were fleeing.
Right, right. But
they come here and they see it again.
This is about consolidation of power by one party. We are one election away from consolidation of one party control in this country.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a hyperbole to say that. What do Democrats want to do? They want to pack the Supreme Court. So if they get both houses and the presidency, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to pack the Supreme Court. Now they control that as well. Yep. That is, the Supreme Court is the one thing standing between us and that. And I can't stand Mitch McConnell. I'm not a Mitch McConnell fan, but you know what? That's one thing he did right. Yep. He got those justices through, and he also put a lot of conservatives on courts around the country. So I have to give credit where credit is due, and that is one thing Mitch McConnell did that was incredibly important for this country.
I want to read a tweet from Daniel, who sent us a message. He responded to one of my tweets last night. I said, make no mistake about it, Trump is right when he says, if they can do this to me, they can do this to you. But here's the other precedent that they are trying to establish. This is a direct message to any other outsider with money, cachet, and gravitas. stay the hell out of our arena. And Daniel says, only outsiders who vote a different way. He goes on to say, I bet Oprah, Mark Cuban, or The Rock would be received differently than Trump was. Hollywood and the media loved Trump until he ran as a Republican, which is very true. He was a darling on NBC, hosting Saturday Night Live, host of The Apprentice. He was in Home Alone. I mean, he was beloved by the left until 2015, and he put a little R in front of his name.
Yep, 100%. They're so transparent about it, too. They don't even care.
No. That's the infuriating part about what the Democrats have done in the last 3 years. They don't even try to hide it. They don't try to sell you on anything else. They lie flat out to your face. They don't care if you call them out for their BS. They also treat you like you're a dummy and you're stupid. And they will legitimately do the opposite of what they say they are trying to prevent. They think Trump's a threat to democracy, dictator on day one. They took that little snippet, and that became the headline news. Yet look at what Joe is doing and what the DOJ is doing to Trump. They're doing the exact opposite of what they rail against religiously.
And they're hurting themselves, shooting themselves in the foot constantly,
Yeah,
like
at
we
least,
said
at least
earlier.
polling-wise. Yeah, you're right.
And
Well, it's all part of the gaslighting. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Sorry,
you're good.
didn't mean
I just
jump
want to
on you,
fit this
Anthony.
in. This is actually courtesy of Mary Walter. This was Frank Luntz, who wanted to expand on CNN with quotes on the swing state polls from the New York Times. This is cut M1. Phil, go.
It's going to be exactly what the indictments did. It's going to be exactly what the criticisms have done. Donald Trump thrives on negativity. He thrives on legal systems that try to hold him accountable. And I'm convinced that his polling numbers are going to go up. Just today, the New York Times published 6 key swing states and had Donald Trump up beyond the margin of error in 5 out of the 6. The polling earlier a month ago was significant. Trump is gaining. The more that he is prosecuted, the more that he is condemned, the higher his numbers go as people rally around him. And I would say to the judges, as I said to the Justice Department, you're actually making it more likely that Donald Trump is elected next November by how you are pursuing this. You don't explain the decisions. You don't put things in context. And so Trump climbs and climbs and climbs. And right now, he's beating Joe Biden clearly nationwide.
So, obviously, if you're DeSantis, if you're Vivek, if you're Nikki, if you're Christie, you're like, oh, boy, now we're going to be even further behind in the polls. Thank you very much, Colorado. But here is the question that you have to ask yourself. For all of these battleground states that Trump has a lead, whether it's within the margin of error or outside of the margin of error, is there enough people out there that are somehow, some way, if these people exist, that are on the fence, that are torn? Do I vote Joe? Do I vote Trump? Is there going to be enough people that will legitimately see this for what it is? And is that enough to shift them over to vote Trump? Because I believe there are many Democrats out there. I'm married into a family that is mostly conservative, but my in-laws, specifically my mother-in-law, they don't care. It doesn't matter what they do against Trump. Like, my mother-in-law is legitimately, she will vote for a sock full of popcorn over Donald Trump. She doesn't care. Like, you can't get through to these people. So again, it's these people are not voting for Joe Biden. They're voting against Donald Trump, and that is the problem that we have today.
Well, and everyone gets so emotional. That's it. Everyone just is so emotional and digs their feet in over stupid things like this. Like I heard CNN talk about, oh, well, when he gets in, he will be the next dictator. They all act like dictators. They all do executive orders and act like they're God now when they get in there. So it's just ridiculous. If we're going to call out liars, it's the same thing with George Santos to me.
Yeah.
If we're going to call out liars, call out the liars that do this every day and you act like they're just normal because they're always there.
Here's the battle that you have. If you try to have a conversation with one of these anti-Trump people, I could pull out a legal pad and write down the price of gas, groceries, the housing market, inflation, economy, crime, the border, and you could do like the tail of the tape. You ever watch like a fight on TV, a boxing match, and they give you the tail of the tape of the two fighters, reach, weight, record? You could have check mark after check mark after check mark that says, advantage Donald Trump. Your life was better under Donald Trump. But because of feelings and mean tweets, they will vote for Joe. They will literally cut off their nose to spite their face because they hate that guy. It doesn't make sense. It's not rational. It's not logical. You can't reason with these people, Mary. They don't care about the facts.
No, they don't. And I know, and their brains are just broken. Their brains are just broken. And I hate to say this, but it's mostly women. Sorry, ladies. It is mostly women. Especially single white liberal women are the bane of my existence.
Yep.
They're just miserable, horrible people, and they always dye their hair blue or pink or whatever.
And they have a nose ring.
Right. Well, but you know what? I like that though, because you can. It's like they self-identify.
Yeah.
You know, I've learned to identify their markings in the wild.
Yep.
So I know to avoid them. But when it came to that video of Frank Luntz, and you did a great breakdown of it, the two things that struck me is I don't know who that host was on CNN. I don't know who that was. Did you know who?
No, I forget what her name is.
Yeah,
She's,
I can't remember.
I consider her the angrier Aaron Burnett. She's actually more miserable than Aaron Burnett.
Well, she looked like she was going to cry.
Right.
She really seriously looked like she was going to cry. And my other thing is, what the hell was on Frank Luntz's head? Did you see that?
I did not even pay attention to that.
Really?
Can we, Phil?
Embrace the ball, dude.
Could we freeze frame Will and just get Will's not Will, Frank? Let's get Frank's head up there if we can.
I was so distracted by what the hell was on his head.
Are you claiming and alleging he had a toupee on?
Alleging?
I didn't even notice.
I don't even think you have to allege.
I've got to see this. Can we put that clip back up, Phil, if you have a chance? Just throw it up, freeze frame, box 4, however you want to do it. I just need to analyze this.
He's got money. Look at that head.
Okay,
Look.
freeze it. Yep, freeze it right there.
Look.
Yeah, there we go. Well, it's definitely dyed because the chin is a total salt and pepper beard.
Exactly.
The bald guy wants to break down someone's hair.
Well, I mean,
but he
dyes
can
it.
speak.
He
Yeah.
dyes it. I've occasionally dyed my beard a little bit from time to time when I start to get the grays coming in, specifically in the summer. I don't care about the wintertime because I get fat and pasty and I look like a mess anyway. But this
no
does look like a
hairline.
fake hair. Yeah, you're right.
There's no hairline. He's got that thing sitting on the top of his head. It's perched up there. And I listen, I can't imagine. It's got to be tough to go bald. I have a lot of sympathy. I understand it. You can't control it.
No,
It's a bad
I
thing. I
embrace
get it.
I actually, many
Right.
people claim that I look better with a shaved head than I did with hair, so I
But
embrace
not all men can embrace it, and
Right.
I can't. And it's tough. So I have sympathy for that. However, he's got money. At least buy a convincing toupee.
Yeah, I would agree.
Right?
You
Like,
can
if you're gonna
afford it.
do it,
Come on.
Yes,
Yeah.
or embrace
Right, if
your
you're gonna do
DNA
it, do
and
it
just
right.
get the Bic razor and
Right.
shave that bad boy every 2 days in the shower.
I didn't know if she was gonna cry. I didn't know what was gonna happen first. She was gonna burst into tears, or that thing was gonna fall off his head.
Who's more miserable, do you think? The guy wearing the toupee or the girl that has to report that Trump might survive all of this? Because, she's rooting for the destruction of Trump.
Might be equal.
Yep.
Might be equal. All right, well, we'll do one more to wrap up here before Bruno. Tucker broke down his analysis of the DeSantis campaign. I know this is something we continually talk about on our program. This was live at the Turning Point American Festival with Tim Pool. This will be cut 5. Phil, go.
Can I just ask a question, since you all are so on the internet and like I'm not that much? You really get the sense that Ron DeSantis, who I liked as governor, the people who represent him online are the nastiest, the stupidest, and the most zero-sum people I've ever seen in my life. And I don't think that reflects him, but it's like, this is kind of small ball. And by the way, these purported conservatives, Ron DeSantis changed his view, and I like him, okay? I think he's been a good governor. I just want to be clear about that. I know him personally. I like him. But his donor, Ken Griffin, told him to change his view on Ukraine from it's a regional conflict we shouldn't get involved in to it's a super important thing, we should send more money. One donor got him to change his view, and all these so-called conservatives are supporting that like it's the most important thing ever. Like, who are these people, and what is their problem? Like, what is going on with them?
It does reflect on Ron, because Ron should have fired the people running his campaign a long time ago. Look, I respect that he wanted to launch his campaign on X, on Twitter Spaces at the time, and it failed miserably. This is a mistake. And now you've got, look, I know a lot of people groan, but a lot of people laugh. The high heels, boots scandal. I mean, who's giving this guy advice, and why does he keep taking it? Because I will say it politically and policy-wise, we love Ron DeSantis. Yeah. He's done an amazing job.
I agree.
But his campaign is a train wreck.
Yeah.
It's well said. And I think he is the result of having too many voices in his ear, too many consultants, too many staff members that are incompetent buffoons. Policy-wise, he's a champion. If you have conservative values, I don't know that there's anybody more conservative in the primary race. Let's face it, DeSantis is more conservative than Trump, Nikki, Vivek. I don't even need to bring up Christie. He's a moderate rhino. But his campaign has been a disaster. Like the Christina Pershaws and these people on Twitter, they miss the mark so many times. And the only question now is whether or not he is salvageable in 2028 if he takes a second swipe at this.
They should have let Ron be Ron, right? They just should have let him be him. As far as the presence on social media, they need to learn from the Democrats. The Democrats have their paid shills. We all know who they are. The talking point goes out in the morning, what they want out there, and these people repeat it word for word on account after account after account. And they get young people to do it as well. So they're very smart. So again, Republicans refuse to learn from Democrats. I don't understand why. But Tim was absolutely right in that video. He should have fired his team a long time ago. Mm-hmm. He didn't. To your point, too many voices, too many cooks in the kitchen, and they just should have let Ron be Ron. Donald Trump doesn't listen to anybody. Donald Trump goes out and he's just Donald Trump. Sometimes I do wish he would listen to some consultants. Sometimes I really would. Like, I wish someone would just take the phone out of his hand sometimes when he's tweeting or on Truth Social or whatever. But he makes his own decisions. He owns them and he lives and dies by them. Mm-hmm. And that's what they should have done with DeSantis, because it is a train wreck.
For better or
Ron
worse.
has always been a loser.
Thank you, President. For better or worse, Trump has conviction, and he's going to go down the way he sees fit, whether it's the right or the wrong or anywhere in between. He is really a one-man band.
Because he's a leader.
Yes, he is. All right, 8:26. That'll do it for round one of What's on the Cut Sheet. Part 2 coming up around 9:35 this morning. We will come back on the other side and get to Tony Bruno, get his thoughts on everything from Trump in Colorado to the Philadelphia Eagles debacle on Monday Night Football. Also, former Steeler running back Rashard Mendenhall doubled down on the fact that he's tired of average white guys commenting on football. We'll get to that. Also, the Kendall Stevens story locally here in Philadelphia, and a handful of other stories as Tony Bruno joins us for his weekly appearance live from the great state of Florida, and we will do that next on Kayal & Company. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group, where now is the time to get the vehicle that's been on your wish list with year-end savings from the Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, you can get financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select new models, like the 2024 Mazda CX-5 with standard all-wheel drive from Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, or the 2024 Tucson. And how about this? The 2023 Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. Contact your local Piazza Mazda dealer or Hyundai dealer today for details. And once again, 0% financing online at piazzamazda.com and piazzahyundai.com.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
Children who grow up in poverty are part of a destructive cycle. Childhood poverty creates adult poverty, creates childhood poverty, and on and on. At Child Fund International, we find this unacceptable. So we do all we can. In 25 countries, we are vigorously fighting poverty and improving the lives of over 11 million children and their families. Today's childhood poverty must not become tomorrow's. Learn more at childfund.org.
Hey, John Marks here. Join me and Brent Selleck for the Birds New York watch party for the final game of the season at Maggie's Waterfront Cafe on the Delaware River, brought to you by Miller Lite. Cheer on the Birds and take a picture with Brent and the championship ring. Enjoy $3.50 Miller Lite bottles and drafts. It's Brent Selleck and yours truly for the final game of the season at Maggie's Waterfront Cafe. Game date and time is still TBD, so keep checking 94WIP.com for info. It's Miller time, Philadelphia. Celebrate responsibly.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rules stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill and Mike, Barkley. There's a whole new musical element to it. He performs with the City Rhythm Orchestra. So if you get an opportunity, get out and see the new Joe Conklin show.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Your neighborhood grocery outlet has the name brands you love, all at shockingly low prices. But do you ever wonder how we do it? Simple. We buy opportunistic items for less and pass the savings along to you. When a brand has excess inventory from packaging or manufacturing overruns, they call us. There's no club membership needed. So, stop by your local grocery outlet today and let the bargain hunt begin.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
Dom Giordano.
Let's go to Representative Eamon Brown on Talk Radio 1210. My producer here, Dan. He wants to know the most important thing. Where did you vote on the Taylor Swift recognition vote?
I voted for it because Taylor Swift, she ain't writing no song about me. I was like, I better vote for this because she's going to be like, all right, you know they're going to point me out. The one black man from West Philly is anti-Taylor Swift. And all her Swifties are not going to vote for me.
Downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
.32, Kayal and Company, Wednesday morning. Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland. Anthony Dorenzo in for Greg Stocker. Been a loaded show this morning, and it's about to get even better as Tony Bruno joins us, brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on select new Tucson and Santa Fe models, only for a limited time at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Online at piazzahyundai.com. Down to the great state of Florida we go, as we do every Wednesday. The great Tony Bruno is with us. Good morning, Mr. Bruno, and thank you for joining us.
No, thank you for joining me today on this beautiful, beautiful What Up Wednesday. First time I'm seeing Mary, but I follow her. She doesn't follow me, though, and that's one of the things that's really bothered me here, more so than the Colorado Supreme Court ruling on President Trump being kicked off the ballot. But good morning.
I'm going to follow you right now. I'm so sorry. I will amend my sin.
Mary, that is at Tony Bruno Nation, by the way.
Exactly.
If you want to search.
By the way, I can't hear Mary. I only hear you, Nick. Okay. And I think I hear Anthony, but I don't hear Mary. So
okay, we'll see if we can get that worked out.
Mary, can you hear me now?
I could hear you the whole time.
Oh, thank you very much.
And I follow you now on Twitter. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mary. No, it's a beautiful day. It's a great day to be alive. Next week, 1 week from today, do you know what that is, everybody? That's the day that Harry Mays and I will be sitting in those chairs, and Miss Robin, bringing you the thrill, the color, the pageantry, the electricity that is uniquely week of fill-in when everybody's on vacation. So you talk about handing the keys to a dangerous organization. Well, it's not as dangerous as some of the Philadelphia politicians are hiring people to be on important panels and to give guidance on how to take care of the underutilized population of our city. But that's another story we'll get to in just a couple minutes, I'm sure.
You're damn right. So let's get to your thoughts. Last night, Trump, Colorado, the 14th Amendment, ballot removal. Tony Bruno, your thoughts?
Well, again, everybody, if anybody says this is ridiculous, oh my God, you're a Trump MAGA, you're a MAGA, and all this other stuff. No, I believe in the Constitution. I listen to real people like constitutional scholars. I went to college. I know the Constitution. I've been to the Constitution Center. I have free passes to the Constitution Center in Philadelphia if anybody needs to go in there and read it. I should be selling copies of the pocket copies of the Constitution for people to read it. But anybody who thinks that this kind of stuff is not banana republic, this makes banana republics laugh in shame of how pathetic we are in this country right now. Imagine, remember, Joe Biden's son shows up in front of the Capitol and gives a news conference and refuses to testify, which he was supposed to do, and walks away and goes home. Trump has not been convicted of any crimes. They're trying to get him off every ballot. I mean, this is pathetic. Again, just admit that you're afraid of him, and they are admitting it behind the scenes. But here's the biggest thing I see happening here. They are so worried about Joe Biden, and they're so worried about who do we get to replace him. And that's the biggest story here. I mean, when will they make the decision? When will they finally say, hey, they have to be cooking up some way to get Joe Biden out of the race? Because it doesn't matter who runs, even if Trump's not the nominee. Joe Biden is not going to run for. Joe Biden will not be on the ballot. That's the guy who won't be on the ballot come next November. I mean, really, seriously, the guy is hiding. He's going to fundraisers. He's hiding out. He's getting his son on Marine One, the helicopter, and all the other stuff that people worry about. This is a joke. And anybody who doesn't see this as a joke and thinks this is just right-wing talking points just doesn't understand how our country is supposed to work. And I don't blame them. I mean, the way the country is working right now, everybody's confused. Nobody knows what the laws are. Nobody knows what's right. Nobody knows what's wrong. Nobody knows who a man is, a woman is. Nobody knows what the Eagles are doing, trying to lose to a guy who was sitting on the bench singing rap songs with the Denver Broncos a couple of years ago. Did you see that video of him?
I did. You talking about Drew Lock?
Drew Lock, man, he was like on the bench for the Denver Broncos. He was like jumping, pumping hands up, singing gangster rap. I mean, this kid, he's going to be the next, you name a backup quarterback who's gone in and beaten the Eagles or any other team. He did a great job the other night. And now people are like, Nick Sirianni's got to go. He's got to go, Nick. Nick Sirianni, not you, Nick. You're going on vacation. Nick Sirianni's got to go.
That's right.
And I said this. I'm not upset that the Eagles lost. I mean, I thought they would win, and they should have won. And there's all different kinds of reasons. And Brian Baldinger breaks it down brilliantly on his Baldy breakdown videos. And that's why we love him. And so he's pointing out what the Eagles are doing wrong. Somebody's not listening to somebody. This is a team that doesn't lose its talent. Their offensive line is still great. Their defensive line is still good. So to go into a funk in a game which they should have won, and because, and so people saying Jalen Hurts isn't the answer now. We in this city always panic when something, lose 3 in a row, oh my God, everything's gone. We got to blow the whole thing up. They got a couple of winnable. They can still win the division if they win out. And now you got the Tommy DeVito game coming up. And I said this yesterday on Twitter, formerly X, or formerly Twitter, now X. I said, I'm not upset. I'm not going to let this ruin my holiday. I'm going to be sitting there on Christmas Day with my grandkids down in Maryland with the TV off. I'll be watching Blippi. I'll be watching, what's the other cartoon that I like now? The Australian one, Bluey. I'll be watching Bluey on Christmas Day with my 2 grandsons sitting on my lap instead of wasting my time watching the Eagles and Giants. And Tommy DeVito, who, by the way, apparently got rid of his agent.
I
Did
saw
you see that story?
Yes. Tommy Cutlets, he canned him.
Tommy Cutlets got embarrassed because the pizza place in North Jersey where Tommy Cutlets used to go, in his neighborhood. It was a neighborhood place. His agent, after he won that game on Monday Night Football, we're talking about Tommy Cutlets and the New York Football Giants, his agent said, hey, let's get him in here and do an appearance. He'll sign some jerseys and, 2 hours. He'll sit around, have some cutlets, maybe a slice, maybe put some pepperoni on your pie, maybe flip one in the air so everybody can be excited. So the guy wearing the mafia suits, his agent, Stiletto, is that his name?
Yeah.
Or does he wear stilettos? The guy that everybody was going crazy about up in the stands when he was going crazy for the Giants on that Monday night game against the Packers, his agent calls his place that agreed to pay him $10,000 to go in there and schmooze for 2 hours, and then said after he won that game, he jacked the price up to $20,000 for the 2-hour appearance.
Yep.
So then the agent, the guy who runs the pizza shop, Mr. Coniglio, which means rabbit in Italian, for all of you great Italian to American translators out there. Mr. Coniglio said, screw you. And he actually gave him the Maloik, the Italian Maloik at the end. You're not going to do this to a guy, a small business owner with a pizza place in Jersey. You're not going to come in here and try to strong arm me and double the rate. So then when he loses the other night to hit, when he got smoked in his next start with the New York Giants, the guy said, screw you, I don't want you here at all. So this became a big story, such a big story that yesterday afternoon, Tommy DeVito shows up at the pizza place, says to the guy, I'm not going to charge you a dime, trying to make amends. And apparently he's moved on from his agent.
Wow.
So his agent, who was just inducted into the Italian-American Sports Hall of Fame, now will be out there on the streets of New York selling slices right in front of a store in Times Square. He'll be the guy out there, hey, come on in here. Remember when they used to have that?
Oh,
they used to have the steak places with the gristly steak in the windows you'd walk by.
Yep.
And they have somebody outside, come on in, come on in. Now they lock the doors. They don't want to. If you tell people to come on in now, your business will probably be just ransacked. So don't ask people to come into your business right now, especially during this holiday season.
Tony, I'm getting wind that Rashard Mendenhall, former Steeler running back, is listening to the show right now, and he's triggered and offended that a couple of average white guys are breaking down football on the radio. How ridiculous is this story with Rashard Mendenhall basically coming out and saying, no, Harry Mays, Tony Bruno, Nick Kayal, I'm done with all the average white guys breaking down football. Could you imagine if the roles were reversed, the reaction today?
Absolutely. And my buddies at Crossing Broad broke it down because everybody saw this right away and jumped all over it, trying to put together all-star, all whites versus all blacks. Not the all blacks down in New Zealand. That's the name of one of the teams down there, one of their rugby teams, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
But, what about the average white? The average white band should be, to me, one of the greatest groups ever assembled. And they were not average. They were above average white band guys. Remember, they had Pick Up the Pieces. And, of course, a song that's played at every wedding, everywhere, is Cut the Cake.
Yes.
When people get married and they play Cut the Cake.
Right.
That was the average white band. Are they average to you? So if you're tired of average white people, then you should not be listening to the average white band because they're better than average. Yes. And by the way, I think they've added a couple of African-American guys from the original group, which was all white. But the best part of the story, Nick, is that Rashard Mendenhall is being destroyed by so many people.
Yep.
Even RG3 put a video up. Did you see it?
No, RG3's ripping him?
RG3's ripping
He's
him
as woke
on a
as
video.
it gets.
I know. And he went on there and said, come on, man. And so, but the guy doesn't back down. See, he's one of those guys, just like the guys at Deadspin that called out the kid, at the Kansas City Chiefs game with the racist face paint and stuff.
Yep.
That guy never paid the price. That guy never got fired. He never got sued. And he just doubled down on his stupidity. Same thing with Rashard Mendenhall. Even Steeler fans are saying, shut up, man. You fumbled a football in a Super Bowl game.
Yep.
What have you done? And so now, and then Jason Whitlock, gets into it with him and
Blaze.
posts a picture of a woman that he says is his wife, and then Mendenhall goes after him and says, "My wife's not white. You know, she's from South America or something." So this thing is taken on crazy levels. The guy's an idiot. The guy was not a great player.
Right.
And for him to consider himself better than other players who played who know the game is ridiculous. So even when RG3, as you mentioned, comes out and calls a guy an idiot, and we're having all these dumb websites, and they're not dumb because there's not much to talk about this time of the year. It's the holiday season. Time to hoop-de-doo and dickory-dock.
Yes.
And don't forget, just exactly at 12 o'clock, you know what's going to happen. He'll be coming down the chimney, man. Yo.
I hear you. I hear
He'll
you.
be coming down the chimney, yo.
You know,
I think that's how it ends.
Yeah, and you know who's not going to be coming down any chimneys anytime soon is the prominent LGBTQ plus advocate Kendall Simmons. Local story here, Tony, in Philadelphia.
That's Kendall Stevens to you now.
Oh yes,
Kendall
I'm sorry,
Stevens.
Kendall Stevens. I don't know where I got Simmons from. I was thinking about Ben Simmons for a moment, but that's a different.
Is
lifetime.
he still in the league, by the way, Ben Simmons? Is he still
I think
playing for the Nets?
I think he shot his way out of the league, putting up too many bricks. So you have Kendall Stevens, who's arrested in Philadelphia after raping 2 boys under the age of 13. Allegedly, correct. Stevens is a male who now identifies as a woman and has worked together with both Larry Krasner and others to craft these LGBTQ plus policies. I believe there was also some sort of connection with Josh Shapiro as well. This is a bad look for the Democrats in this state, Tony.
Yeah, but you know what? Nobody's going to talk about it. The only people talking about it are people like you. Because this story bothers me more than anything else. Because to me, the biggest crime of humanity is not elections or the Supreme Court or getting kicked off a ballot. It's people out there who use their way. And this started out back in the day with the Catholic Church and priests molesting children. And then, of course, the Vatican had to pay millions of dollars when all these priests were basically exposed. And then you had scouts. You know, when as a parent of 3 kids, now a grandparent of 2 kids, to me, the thought of us entrusting our children to people we think are going to help. And I'm not saying all priests and all scout leaders and all coaches of little league teams are all pedophiles. I'm saying there are a lot of them. And now what we're seeing happening after all those people were held accountable for their actions, now you've got trans activists in cities like Philadelphia, very woke, where you have Senator Bob Casey, you have District Attorney Larry Krasner, you had everybody who's anybody, all the woke crowd, the virtue signaling losers in this town, every congressperson, every member of the Pennsylvania Democratic Party had this guy out there and put him up on the pedestal. The local TV stations brought him on and put him on. And it's the he. He's not a she. I don't care what his pronouns are. His pronouns are the slammer. All right?
Yes.
He, him, slammer. And he's in jail, $250,000 bail, 37 years old. And they were putting him on there after the previous incident in Point Breeze, where the one guy who was an activist as well, he got killed in his own house. And then they found out that the person who killed him was a young man that he started seeing and bringing to his house when he was 13. Kid grew up, went in there, stabbed him to death, and he's dead. So then they brought this Kendall person in. And then a couple days ago, there were a couple of kids molested in that same area of Point Breeze in South Philly. And now he's been arrested. But you don't see the news people going crazy about this, because to me, this is the most, and Ron DeSantis here in Florida did the right thing. I think the punishment for anybody who has been convicted of molesting, killing, or doing anything vile to a child, regardless of your sexual orientation or not, the death penalty. This is a death penalty crime. And until we start, and then Ron DeSantis here in Florida has one guy who's ready to face the death penalty here for doing that kind of stuff to kids. That's a deterrent. Either that or chemical castration. Now, people are paying for chemical castration to change their gender. These people should be chemically castrated and never see the light of day again, because there's no bigger crime than a crime against children. Children that you put out there with people that you entrust with their safety, and then they're going to these creeps, the real creeps out there, the people who claim to be out there helping, you know, the communities, what do they call the unrepresented communities in our city?
Right.
They're black criminals playing black transsexuals or transvestite because this guy's a dude preying on young black boys and girls. What's a worse crime than that? Yeah. You're using your race to get, and the other dude was white. You're using your sexuality and your popularity with the political class to go in there and get access to children that you claim to want to be helping, and then you're out there allegedly raping and abusing them. And nobody's making a big deal about it. But thankfully, Meg Brock and many other journalists are now finding all the pictures of this guy pretending to be a woman, 37 years old. And if anybody looks at the booking shot, if you confuse that with a woman, you really need to get your head examined.
Yes, and your eyes.
That's a 37-year-old man.
Yep. No, you're right. Tony Bruno is joining us. And Bruno, we know, like, if you go to prison, you are better off committing a murder. You're better off every crime under the sun. But if you go to jail for sexually abusing, molesting, raping, assaulting a child, you're dead on arrival. That's like the one thing in prisons that does not fly. If you're known to be, a pedophile or, doing any of these egregious acts with minors, you might as well start your countdown clock because you're not going to last long in there.
Exactly. And I get you have to play the virtue signaling card, but the fact that Josh Shapiro, Larry Krasner, you name it, all the local, what's the one guy in Philadelphia who's always on Twitter? What I've been doing, I did yesterday because I was so angry about this. I was sending the pictures of Josh Shapiro with Kendall and Bob Casey with Kendall and all the other politicians in Pennsylvania who all happen to be Democrats, proudly boasting that this guy was, representative of the community and helping out our children. All of them. And then Josh Shapiro looks like he's running for president because he's on Twitter 24/7 boasting about all the things he's done in his first year, but not even mentioning. So I kept sending Josh Shapiro the pictures of him and Kendall and Bob Casey, not because I'm some Republican pundit, because I don't care. I care about our kids. And the fact that nobody's destroying these clowns and they're covering and running cover for them in the media shows you where we are in this world right now when it comes to protecting people that we need to protect from the people we need to have in jail and stop propping up until we vet them. We don't vet these people. We just say, oh, well, they're a trans activist. We have to put them on to give their side of the story. And now we put them on, and now look what happens. I'm not saying all trans people and all guys who pretend to be women are criminals. I'm saying that the ones you would expect to not be a criminal turn out to be a criminal. Vet these people. Don't just put them on the air because there's some authority on how to take care of kids in our underrepresented communities. We just go ahead with them because they're the next available local trans person who's going to go out there and tell everybody how bad people are and how bad everybody else is when they're out there committing crimes on their own against kids. That, to me, there's no worse crime to me in this country, other than obviously mass murder. But I'm talking about crimes against children. To me, death penalty, castration. I'm not going wood chipper. That may be a little, Mary, wood chipper too far for this.
Dorenzo, I know you have a point that you wanted to make about Shapiro as well here on this subject.
Yeah, I just bouncing off you there, Tony. Josh Shapiro just drives me insane because, to your point, he's like these other national hacks, like a Chris Murphy you'll see constantly on CNN. Anytime there's a moment for them to take advantage of some tragedy, they'll go for it. But the second, like, there were sexual harassment allegations and all of that was shushed and people were fired, things were moved around. If that was a Republican governor, if that would have been Mastriano, I know it was a long shot, but if that was a Republican governor, that would have been national news. The fact that that isn't national news and his constant just doubling down on just showing up for the good PR moment, it's just crazy to me that people think he's this perfect moderate, especially after walking back the school voucher stuff. So.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I mean, I don't care what party these people belong to. The Republicans who did bad stuff, they should be thrown in jail too. There's guys who are pedophiles or guys who are criminals, that are representing both sides, the Democrats and Republicans, the bundlers, the big money, the fat cats. But the Josh Shapiro thing, this reminds me of when Kamala Harris was a senator. When she got into the U.S. Senate, from day one, all she did was go on Twitter and start running for president. And I remember seeing her on there every day. I'm saying, you just got into your office, and that's what I'm telling you right now. Josh Shapiro is already trying to position himself as the next super cool presidential white dude out there who's going to save America and save the party. Josh Shapiro is running for president on his Twitter account at the state of Pennsylvania up in Harrisburg, a state and city of Philadelphia, my hometown, that just showed up as the most expensive city to live in when it comes to buying groceries. The food prices in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania are the highest in the country. That's not my opinion. Those are documented facts. Instead of worrying about that stuff, they're worried about glad-handing and showing up for Joe Biden to come into a train station and get all googly-eyed. I get that. That's what politicians do. But don't be tweeting 24/7 about what a great job you've done when you ignore heinous crimes going on right around you and glad-handing with the very people who are now in jail for child molestation and potential rape charges. They won't even acknowledge that, and not one reporter in this state or city will dare ask him that question about this dude.
And has he ever been to K&A? I'd love to know. How is he going to fix that? I'd love to know. With everything he's done so
there.
much.
He hasn't been to K&A, and of course, nobody at the White House has been to the border. So I mean, of course, they're experts on these things. You're an expert, but I've been to the border more than anybody in the White House. I've been south of the border, the Pedros. You drive down 95 when you're going to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina line. Who hasn't been to south of the border? I've actually been to Mexico. I've actually climbed the fence. I've gotten on a boat and went into San Diego, but that was to go to Ensenada and have some great tacos and great Mexican food down there.
Good stuff.
You know what I mean?
Damn right.
Yeah, exactly.
Tony Bruno breaking it down as he does each and every Wednesday. And don't forget, next Wednesday, Tony Bruno, Harry Mays, 6 to 10 a.m. right here. How about that?
I'm going to have to get up really, but I get up early to do this segment. I'm up at 5 o'clock, ready to do this hit at 8:25. This is not something you just plop down in and just fake it. You can't fake steak, and you can't fake Kayal and Company. You know what I'm saying? We got to bring the A game 24/7. This isn't one of those, we're not just going to play Christmas music.
This isn't some sports radio station where we're just going to fake outrage over Jalen Hurts for the next 4 hours, right?
Exactly not. No, we did that all day Monday. And, of course, if they lose, again, you do yourself a favor. You want to have a nice Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, Kwanzaa. Just, again, you can do whatever you want. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what I do. Just enjoy Christmas Day. Turn off the TV. Put on some cartoons. Put on the fireplace that's going in the background, with the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, maybe a little Nutcracker suite. Stay with the kids. Open the presents. And get away from sports for at least Christmas Day. I know, Nick, you'll be watching all these meaningless bowl games
and
through the entire holiday season. By the way, who won that that bowl game in San Antonio last night? The University of Tennessee San Antonio big bowl game. Some coffee company sponsored it. Who won that?
I did not even watch that, Tony. I didn't even know what was going on. I'll be dialing.
How can you miss every important bowl game?
I don't dial back into the bowls until about the 27th or the 28th.
Did we miss the Duke's Mayo Bowl?
No,
that's still coming up.
Okay,
never would miss the Duke's Mayo Bowl because it's got twang, baby. It's got twang.
No, it was the Scooters Coffee Bowl last night. In Frisco, it was the Frisco Bowl. It was your University of Texas San Antonio Roadrunners against the Monarchs of I forget the other team. It doesn't matter. They were like 6-6.
That's what it's going to be like with the 12-team playoff.
No, but at least there will be teams that are better than 6-6.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, at least when Florida State was undefeated.
Right.
They're not a 6-6 team that just became bowl eligible, so they needed to fill up some 12,000 seat stadium, in Frisco, Texas, on a Tuesday night before Christmas.
Damn
I mean, these games are just things for people to bet on, things for Nick Kayal to watch when he's not watching hockey action. And how about the Flyers? Let's go Flyers.
Oh, did they win?
Let's go Gene Hart, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a great win last night.
Yeah. I must have missed that one. All right, Bruno, we'll talk to you next Wednesday. You and Harry Mays for 4 hours. Thank you very much. Have a great Christmas, pal.
You too. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Phil.
Nice
Good night,
meeting
everybody.
you.
There
Drive safely now. Don't drink and drive, and don't text and drive, damn it.
Yep. All right, get out of
Okay.
here. There he is, Tony Bruno, live from Florida each and every Wednesday. We'll come back and get into the fourth and final hour. Mary, we have to get to the Jeffrey Epstein story, and that'll kick off the 9 o'clock hour when we come back. It's Kayal and Company, Mary in for Dawn. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you know anyone who could use a little help with dinner, check out What a Crock Meals. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I found their site, whatacrock.com, and had the idea of sending some of their meals as a gift to friends and family who could use some delicious dinners without any prep, mess, or stress. If you haven't heard me talk about whatacrock.com before, here's how it works. You just put a meal in your slow cooker in the morning, go about your day, and when you come home, dinner is simmering. Oh, smells so delicious. It's literally as simple as dropping a meal into your slow cooker, and dinner is one and done. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu of more than 50 meals to try. No subscription or commitment is required to order, and they even have digital gift cards that are instantly delivered via email for people who need a great gift in a pinch. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Code WPHT. Get $10 off. Make sure you check them out. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Gold just hit a new all-time high, and it could go much higher as people realize just how delicate our economy is. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I've spoken to many Americans who are deeply concerned about losing everything and not being able to do anything about it. This is why I'm thankful for physical gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group. Because unlike digital and paper assets, gold is a true safe haven that all Americans should consider for their financial security. To find out more, text the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. This is your chance to secure your IRA or 401k against the unpredictable nature of our economy. Text HEDGE to the number 989898 now to request your free info kit on gold IRAs.
It's holiday shopping season, at least for a couple of more days, and Wawa has two great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. If you are up against it time-wise and you want to get that gift that is sure to be a success, why don't you stop by Wawa? You can do it one of two different ways. Go to Wawa.com, pick one of your festive card designs, enter the card amount, and include a personalized message. You can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox instantly or schedule it to arrive at just the right moment. Like magic, boom, there it goes. A digital gift card. Get one today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody you love. Or if you're out and about and you enjoy the hustle and the bustle, stop by your local Wawa location today. And stop by their front counter where the gift cards are right there for the Wawa fan in your life. Maybe fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox. Grab one for your boss or your favorite aunt or uncle and make everybody's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa. It's your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Hey, it's a holiday season, and we all
all know what that means. In addition to presents under the tree, it's time to use those FSA and HSA benefits we've been accruing all year. I'm Dom Giordano, and if your benefits are still available, now's a great time to reach out to my good friend Dr. Robert Bentz from the Bentz Dental Group to set up your appointment for a consultation. You know how much I admire Dr. Bentz and his quality work, attention to detail, and investment in the overall health of his patients. Dr. Bentz is a board-certified prosthodontist, was recently appointed to the board of the American College of Prosthodontics. So if you're considering dental implants, reconstruction, or any dental or prosthodontic needs, call Bentz Dental Group today to schedule an appointment with Dr. Bentz, and don't let 2023 end without taking advantage of those FSA and HSA benefits. Call or visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call them at 610-272-6949. That's 610-272-6949.
This Christmas morning, unwrap your holiday favorites commercial-free on B101 from Mariah to Bing. We've got you covered. Listen to B101 commercial-free starting at noon Christmas Eve all through Christmas Day. Want to fill your home with holiday cheer? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Increase your holiday spending power with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including holiday meals, decor, gifts, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
This segment is brought to you by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. It is the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, baby. 9:06 Wednesday morning, fourth and final hour underway on Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland, Anthony Dorenzo in for Greg Stocker as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Been an action-packed show, a lot of stuff on Donald Trump, Colorado, the 14th Amendment. That ballot fiasco, that ballot disgrace from last night. Also, the border situation under Joe Biden's administration. We've had a good cut sheet. Part 2 is coming up at 9:35 this morning. Tony Bruno was great as always, and we've got some other things to discuss here, Mary. Before we get to Anthony's Big Three and our morning mystery movie clip, the last big story of the day on a very action-packed news day is what transpired yesterday. And I've got the version from the New York Post in front of me with the headline that reads, over 170 people with Jeffrey Epstein links likely to be named in court documents set to be unsealed in coming weeks. This was a very, very big story yesterday, so let's get into it. It is worth noting that this is not the same as the flight log and the list that Marsha Blackburn, senator from Brentwood, Tennessee, Republican, has demanded that Dick Durbin is kind of danced around and act like, I don't know, it's not that big of a deal, and I don't know what's on it, and all this other nonsense. But we have now 13 days before this can be released, and I think there's a lot of questions that people have. Questions about redactions, perhaps who's on the list, the safety of individuals, maybe even the judge who has decided to unseal this. Because every time you mention Epstein, I think there's a lot of people that are like, okay, who's the next one to go? And here we are, Mary.
Yes, here we are. So I found a really good breakdown of this from Technofog, the Technofog Substack, which is a really great one to follow. But I'll let you, you can lay it out and then I'll fill in the blanks here for you. How's that?
So I've seen anywhere from 150 to 170 to 178 to 180 people that could be revealed, including ex-employees and victims that are in store for what is really going to be an uncomfortable start to the new year. So you have the federal judge in Manhattan, Judge Loretta Preska, who on Monday ordered the release of the long-sealed documents in a since-settled defamation lawsuit that Epstein accuser Virginia Roberts, I don't know how you say her last name, Jeffrey, okay. Spelled Giuffre. Why she couldn't spell it simpler, I have no idea. But that's neither here nor there. So that was brought against the convicted pedophiles, Madam Maxwell, back in 2015, which we all recall. And under this ruling, dozens of individuals who had previously been referred to as a Jane Doe or a John Doe in various court filings linked to the suit will likely be identified publicly when these materials are released and unsealed, quote, in full. I have my doubts that it will come out in full. I think there will be a lot of redactions. And the judge, last bullet point that you need to know, has given these individuals 14 days to appeal the decision. I've got to imagine there will be a handful, if not a ton, of appeals. But what does the Substack reveal as far as that goes?
Okay, so Technofog says back in February of 2022, the federal district court judge who was overseeing the case of the Virginia Jeffrey versus Ghislaine Maxwell case was considering whether to publicly disclose the names of John Does that came up during the course of the litigation of that case. Now, the attorneys for both sides put together a list of 167 John Does and provided descriptive references for each, and then the judge determined which ones would be unsealed and which ones should remain sealed. Okay. At that time, Technofog reviewed the list of John Does and assigned them various categories, including whether they were employees of Epstein, witnesses, or perpetrators, and whether their names were already known to the public. They were able to identify the most important alleged perpetrators, and they did a whole Substack on the still redacted facts surrounding their involvement with Epstein. Now, they also made clear that the majority of the John Does, about 100 of them, have already been identified, whether through the media or through court proceedings. So we already know the names of the majority of these names that are going to be released.
Okay. And
so it's 167. We already know the names of about 100 of them. Some have even been interviewed by the media. Their stories are already well known. They say many of the John Does were identified as not being involved in the more serious allegations, and that there were no salacious allegations against these individuals. Some are doctors or acquaintances of the victims.
Yeah.
So some of these John Does are really don't have anything to do with what we're all expecting it as something to do with. Some of them were potential victims of Epstein or Maxwell.
Right. And I think it's also important to mention, you mentioned this, I think, in the 7 o'clock hour, just because you were on one of his flights doesn't mean you were partaking in said terrible exercise. RFK Jr. has come out. I think he said he flew on Epstein's flight twice with his wife, one of which I believe was in 1993. But my whole position has been, look, I want all the names released. I want the flight logs released. I support Marsha Blackburn in her pursuit of getting all of this released to the public. And I don't care if you're a Democrat, if you're a Republican, an entrepreneur, a high-level business executive. I don't care if you're Bill Gates or John Doe. And I know we use John and Jane Doe. Don't matter to me. If you were perpetrating and violating minors, I want you exposed and I want you dealt with appropriately.
Well, and
100%.
In that interview, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mary, but in that interview, RFK says the answer to conspiracy is transparency. which is and for him, someone who was on the plane, to be calling for that, I think that's like the best thing you can ask for. And I hope something comes out with this, but I guarantee you there's going to be redactions and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
Well, Technofog says for 33 of excuse me. For 33 of the unknown John Does, the sealed material relating to them is not salacious. Their name could have been was in a search term, or they were mentioned in a deposition. In the case of John Doe 88, the only reference is a deposition question in which John Doe 88 denied any knowledge of the individual. 6 of the unidentified John Does are victims whose names will not be released. 6 of the unidentified John Does were either identified as victim affiliates or alleged witnesses with connections to the victims. Their names and materials concerning them will be released. The names and materials relating to a number of Epstein affiliates or former Epstein employees will be released. Records indicate, but do not guarantee, that the majority of these do not include salacious information. The name and materials concerning John Doe 29, a former Epstein employee, will be unsealed. The judge described them as a staff member possibly present at a time and place. This could be an Epstein employee who was theorized by a witness to perhaps have been present in the home when a victim was abused. There are, however, several John Does who may be significant, but it is a very small number compared to the 167 that are subject to the judge's order. And then they go through a whole bunch of these John Does that they already know who these people are, what their affiliation supposedly is. So it may not be the bombshell we're all expecting. At least it doesn't sound like it.
I mean, I agree with RFK Jr. The answer to conspiracies is transparency, because I think a lot of us, if not all of us, are of the belief that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself in 2019, that he was killed. That's my personal opinion. That's my personal view, because I think there's a lot of people on this list, on these flight logs. Allegations are allegations, but you hear the names like Clinton's. And again, to me, I don't care if it's Republicans. I want all of them outed. I want all of these perverts and these pedophiles and these sycophants to be outed once and for all. But again, you take Epstein and the alleged suicide in 2019. You take redacted names here, or maybe this isn't as salacious as everybody says, and then you get to never releasing these flight logs, all the resistance, and why the resistance? Because obviously you have something to hide, and it would blow the lid off of a lot of people and a lot of careers and a lot of politicians and a lot of wealthy, powerful individuals. And the more you continue to put up resistance to transparency, the more gas you add to the fire. And these are the types of stories. I mean, Anthony Dorenzo, every time we have a show prep email with anything that is Epstein related, he perks right up. I mean, a lot of people want to know the answers and are fascinated by everything that went on there, allegedly dating back to what, 1997, 1999? I mean, it's a juicy story that people want answers to.
Well, Anthony, then when the names come out, write these down. John Doe 86, 94, and 108 are apparently the ones that have some related information that is that salacious. So, 86, 94, and 108. Those are the big ones.
Get those on your bingo card. Be ready.
I just think
buy your lottery ticket.
This is the perfect story to show the corruption and the inside job nature, like that we kind of always talk about, that, you know, there are powers that be that are extending things into each party, and the rich get richer and the people in power continue to stay there. I just think this is the ultimate story to expose all of that and hopefully get us power again.
You're correct.
Yeah, but just remember, this has nothing to do with Epstein's list.
Yeah.
Right.
These are names from the witness list or people who were deposed in the Jeffrey versus Maxwell case.
That's correct.
So this is not Epstein's list, and a lot of people are confusing them.
Yep. All right, 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Our morning mystery movie clip coming up in about 3 or 4 minutes. But right now, Anthony Dorenzo with a big 3 at 9:17.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9:17 a.m. on Kayal & Company. I wanted to get into this a little bit because this was what you were mentioning last segment with the Kendall Stevens rape case. Family victims have spoken out and One of the aunts said, I feel like she was grooming my nephews, quote. The aunt of 2 young boys who were allegedly raped by LGBTQ activist Kendall Stevens is speaking out. The victim spoke exclusively to Fox 29 and asked to remain anonymous out of her nephew's privacy. This is Kendall Stevens, who was a prominent figure in Philadelphia, vocal trans activist. We were mentioning him earlier. He's been seen at Josh Shapiro events and things of that nature. She opened up, and they were repeating the sexual abuse to her, quote, Aunt Kendall. I guess that's not her real name. She's a family friend who's been around since they were born. You had this aunt in their life, and they're thinking, I don't want to tell an adult because I don't want something bad to happen to Aunt Kendall. So the kids seem pretty conflicted. This is a long report, and I believe Fox 29 is also releasing an interview that's kind of, they always do that anonymous deciphering stuff in situations like this. But that will continue to develop.
Mm-hmm.
And moving forward, also, the Sixers Arena, rubber hitting the road for the arena proposal with their marathon design review, and a bunch is already happening over there. The Chinatown Green Park revitalization is already underway, and they just had another meeting after their July 2022 announcement of trying to get the team in Center City. 76 DevCorp, the arena's development team, met with the entire area and region with a public meeting, but there was a lot of backlash, as there continues to be, and there are a lot of changes with the current report and proposal, so they're going to go back to the drawing board, try to adjust some things to keep everyone happy. One of the main things here is they continue to pin Chinatown against the black community. In a sense, Sixers keep saying they're going to have black-owned businesses in the arenas. Others that are skeptical of the arena are saying that this will destroy Chinatown, which I don't. If it's in that mall area, I don't know how it would destroy Chinatown.
Right.
Regardless, this is something that's going to be reevaluated and reconsidered after they make a new plan. So that will continue to be a debate here in Philadelphia. And our third story, suspect in recent Philadelphia knife attacks believed to be behind the infamous cold case rapes and murder that happened in Fairmount Park. And this was Elias Diaz, who was arrested Sunday after police reported 3 people were attacked by a knife-wielding cyclist on Pennypack Trail. 2 victims were slashed by the subject, and the third was able to get away before being harmed, the Philly police reported. Law enforcement told Fox Philadelphia that Diaz is believed to be the so-called Fairmount Park rapist who murderous rampages has left the city on edge since 2003.
Wow.
So this guy's been out there. It's insane for that amount of time.
Yep.
Authorities say the suspect raped a 21-year-old woman at knife point in April of 2003. 2 months later, he raped and strangled a 30-year-old med student, Rebecca Park. Her body was found days later. So this is a crime that really is dating back 20 years here. So
all right. There we go.
But that's my big 3 here, 9:21 a.m., Kayal Company.
All right. Thank you very much, Anthony. All right. Let's get to what we always do right around this time of the show. It's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You are a beautiful woman, but you are not totally maxed out. I would say, honestly, you're a 6.
Oh.
A 6.5. I could make you an 11.
Really?
When I found Deb, she was a 7. And now she's a 12.
I want to be a 12.
Can't be lazy.
I don't want to be lazy.
Look at me. You cannot be lazy.
I won't be lazy.
Do you know how she got her body? Bodies by Jason. Say it.
Bodies by Jason.
Say it again.
Bodies by Jason.
And now just say Jason.
Jason.
Again?
Jason.
That sounds right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What the is happening right now?
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And this great prize today and again tomorrow is a 4-pack of tickets to the New Year's Eve fireworks display aboard the Battleship New Jersey. You can get a 4-pack of tickets for either the 6 p.m. or the midnight showing of the fireworks display right aboard the Battleship New Jersey. That is on New Year's Eve, Sunday night, 6 p.m. or midnight, as we ring in the new year. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. We'll see if we get our winner when we come back, followed by a loaded edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Kayal Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT. Rich Zioli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's not too late to get yourself a great gift this year. The gift of a gorgeous smile. By booking an appointment today with my friend, Dr. Michael Veneria at Veneria Dental. I've been telling you about him for years. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations that have made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family, so give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you it will be the best gift you can give yourself. A beautiful smile. You won't be disappointed. 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, right over the bridge. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020, VeneriaDental.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Christmas. Baby, please come home.
Christmas time, baby. Kayal Company 928. Good to have all of you in here on this Wednesday morning. One more show tomorrow, and then we will be out until Tuesday, January 2nd. And when we return, 2024, election year upon us. Very interesting time of the year. It'll be very, very juicy. I think it'll be full throttle straight through until the election. 855-839-1210. We have our morning mystery movie clip winner on the line, and I believe she has identified the movie correctly. Clayton, we go, as we say good morning to Lynn. Lynn, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you, dear?
This is 40.
This is 40. Something I'm going to be able to say on January 3rd when I turn
happy
40
birthday.
years old. Yes, Lynn. Well, congratulations. You got it correct, and you got the 4-pack of tickets for the fireworks on New Year's Eve aboard the Battleship New Jersey. So thank you for playing, Lynn.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and thank you for listening.
Love it.
Love it. All right, there she is, Lynn in Clayton, New Jersey.
January 3rd is my sister-in-law's birthday.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
So does your birthday kind of get swept under with Christmas?
You know, I've always had a beef with this. Everybody
Yeah.
tells me I'm overreacting. It's fake news. Stop being a baby. But I do feel like Christmas on the 25th, New Year's on the 1st, my birthday on the 3rd, everything kind of gets lumped together betwing like the 21st and New Year's.
Yeah.
And I feel slighted. Honestly, I feel like
Do
I'm
you?
a victim. I think it's because
Here we go.
honestly, I think it's because I'm a straight white cis male.
Oh my God.
I do not use pronouns, and I think a lot of my family members and friends have treated me improperly.
Well, maybe you should start using pronouns, and maybe that'll change.
I'm under attack. That's what it
Kayal, the
is.
victim. Yes.
Yes.
You know, there's two types of people in the world. Those who absolutely love their birthday. You know, I worked with someone who would wear her birthday, her birthday sash. It's my birthday this week. It's my birthday week. She celebrated her birthday for a week. And those who will fly under the radar and don't want anyone to know it's their birthday. You're in one camp or the other.
Mary, there's nothing I despise more in this lifetime than having my birthday and going to a restaurant or even a family gathering and sitting there and they come out of nowhere and they start singing happy birthday.
Yeah.
It puts you in the most awkward predicament for about 48 seconds. You sit there, you grin, you get red in the face, you look stupid. Happy birthday. Oh, my. And when they do it to you at a restaurant and all the workers come out and everybody else that's kind of dining in peace, that doesn't want to be
Right.
bothered, that doesn't give a rip about your birthday, has
Right.
to be subjected to that. I feel bad for everybody, but I feel most badly for myself, honestly.
Well, you have had almost 40 years to figure out how to react during that 30-second song.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should just social distance permanently.
You figure you would have nailed it by now,
Probably. It's a good point. I'll ponder that over my break.
I'm surprised you don't like it. My brother has his birthday on actually the 1st.
Now, I'll do
and-
birthday beers, birthday shots, birthday
yeah.
bourbon, birthday whatever, casino trip. I just don't want to have the song sang to me.
My girlfriend and my mom both have their birthdays in January too, so it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it gives us more reasons to get together during the holiday. But
Yeah.
I know you're against that.
I'm against it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be around those people. Varmint.
Oh, my
All right, 9:32. I know we have a ton of audio still to get to, so let's get to an Anthony Dorenzo. What's on the cut sheet, part 2?
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet part 2 here on this Wednesday. Let's start with Kamala. We haven't heard from Kamala yet. She's been speaking out. Last night she was with MSNBC, and I know we always love watching her blunders here. Phil, this will be the Kamala word salad here. This is, I didn't number it, but you got it. This is cut Kamala word salad, go.
Okay.
I have been fortunate and blessed to, during the course of being vice president, have many situations where it becomes clear to me that there are, people of every age and gender, by the way, who see something about being the first that lets them know they don't need to be limited by other people's limited understanding of who can do what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thank God that was a condensed word salad, but I don't understand what she's talking about, who she's referring to. I don't know. What would we call that? Like a holiday seasonal word salad? That was like a condensed version there of Kamala.
Yeah, it was like a lovely green bean salad or something else seasonal that you have this time of year. The green bean casserole, Right. Here's the thing. Did you watch, oh gosh, what's the guy's name? I'm totally losing his name. The Last Word with, anyway, on MSNBC.
No.
You know who I'm talking about. Did you see he's looking very, oh yeah. Like he understands, like he speaks Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Nobody understands what the hell this woman's saying, but yet he sits there and pretends like she's making sense.
Mm-hmm.
I want that gig. Where do I get the gig where I get paid millions of dollars to sit on TV and make idiots just sit there and go, oh, yeah, just basically validate morons?
I love Venn diagrams.
So do we all do. Sometimes they're necessary in life, especially when she talks, as you try to decipher what she actually was trying to say. Do you remember, I think it was back in the 90s, maybe the late 80s, where they had those little pocket translators? That was like kind of like an item that you could buy. I think they were digital. You need one, like if there's a technology company out there that is trying to establish a nice little niche market, if they could create like a Kamala, it could be like the size of an iPhone, and you carry it with you in your pocket and you flip it open and you just hit a certain button and it translates what she's actually trying to say to the rest of us functional Americans. Maybe we'll actually be able to process and comprehend what the point of her word salad is.
I went to school on a school bus.
Now I want all sorts of pills and I smoke the funny stuff. Allegedly.
Yeah, there is on Twitter, there is the Joe Biden insult bot. Have you seen that account?
I have not.
Oh, it's hilarious. You type something and you tag them.
Okay.
And then Joe Biden responds calling you names.
Not a joke.
Like dog. Wait, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Like what?
Did I step on Joe? I apologize.
No.
Like dog face pony soldier, that type of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it just mixes up a whole bunch of words and insults you.
Right. Well, we got all sorts of Joe on my board here. I've got this one.
Patch on our jeans.
We've got this one.
Name me a time.
We've got this one.
The hell with that.
I got that one.
Not going to be on my watch. Ain't seen nothing yet. My wife's a Philly girl. All right. God save the queen, man.
There we go. I got all kinds of Joe.
Oh my goodness.
But I digress.
It's crazy that he says some of this stuff like actually legitimately.
Yeah.
Like this one.
Daddy owes you.
I still can't believe that one's real.
Daddy owes you. Oh, when did he say that? Oh,
Yeah.
how am I just hearing this for the
Yeah,
first time?
that's when he went up to that little the little girl, the daughter, and had that little remark before. I guess the parent was sitting right next to the daughter, and he was like, "Daddy owes you."
Oh.
Oh, it's so weird.
I think this was after he sniffed her.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Chris Hansen to walk through the door and like spring the trap on him.
You just
What would
stumbled
you
on a
do?
great idea. How about we bring Chris Hansen out of mothballs and have him read off the Jeffrey Epstein client list?
We're better writers than the SNL cast. Like that. That is an
Yes.
amazing SNL skit right there.
There
Oh
we
my
go.
God. That's
They come and they
perfect.
surprise Joe Biden and take him away.
Call
Oh.
NBC.
There
What are
you
we
go.
doing?
Zahn, hello.
All right. Well, moving on. Speaking of one criminal, to the next.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to George Santos. He spoke with Z-Way, the popular online interviewer. She's kind of, I've played you cuts from her before, Nick, when we've done Cut Sheet together.
Yep.
And she had a little bit of hard-hitting questions for George Santos. This is just like a clip, 1 minute recap of their interview. This will be cut 13, Phil, go.
Slayed the Boots House down, House of Representatives every day.
Well, not every day, since last Friday.
Oh, whatever. I'll be back.
You'll be back.
Yeah, I'm 35. They're all in their 50s. I'll outlive them. Each and last one of them.
We're gonna say icon again.
Icon.
Yukon.
I think the country needs more independent thinkers now.
Like Jill Stein.
No.
Flipping the monster automobile.
Gangsta with a bad that came from Sri Lanka. Who the hell is James Baldwin?
Harvey Milk.
I have no clue who that is.
Okay.
I don't actually own Hermes stuff. Other than the cologne. That's all I wear from Hermes. Oh, no, and the bracelet.
You're literally wearing an Hermes bracelet. How'd you buy that one?
This was a gift from my husband.
What advice do you have for young, diverse people with personality disorders considering a career in politics?
You're cute. You're really cute.
Are you like Tinkerbell? If we stopped clapping, would you disappear?
No.
You wouldn't.
No.
What could we do to get you to go away?
Stop inviting me to your gigs.
The lesson is to stop inviting you places.
But you can't. Because people want the content.
There he is, George Santos on TikTok. Mary, I don't know if you agree with this takeaway, but I actually think George Santos, you can say, oh, his career's over, he lied, blah, 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 he's out, politics, it's over. I thought it was kind of funny how he said, I'm 35, I'll be back, I'll outlive you, you're in your 50s. In a weird way, if George Santos wants to become this thing on TikTok and this, I don't want to call him an influencer, but with the way the world's going right now, he might end up being better off in this world, and it might be more lucrative and profitable than him being in politics.
Democrats love him too. Like I think he is already an influencer, really.
Yeah, 100%. You're absolutely right, Nick. I think that he is going to market the heck out of this because he's really smart about it. Listen, he may be crazy, he may be nuts, but he was our crazy guy.
Right.
Right? They never should have done. They never should have ousted him. This is the problem with the Republicans. This is their problem. They lost the seat, and then you got Kevin McCarthy retiring, and they commit Harry all the time. They're constantly stabbing themselves. I don't understand why, and they just should have let it play out. He should have had that seat. He wasn't convicted of anything.
I know.
So he should have, and now he's a loose cannon.
You've got the Dems like Bowman pulling fire alarms,
right?
And they remain in their position, and yet Santos does what he does, and it's like, okay, like Republicans are at times, many times, their own worst enemy.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I really do. I understand he lied. He said some crazy stuff to kind of get onto that platform. But, I mean, it's like you got to get dirty if you're going to play this game. I'm not saying I appreciate him lying. I'm happy, he got called out. But I think the bigger conversation is we need to call everyone else out. Why is it so, unique that someone like him lied to be in office? Yeah. Every day when I see a politician lying or talking, I assume that they're lying.
Yeah.
So I don't understand the like obsession with just him.
I agree.
Yeah. 100%.
But moving on, let's go to cut 2 here, Phil. This will be Kirby speaking about Afghanistan, Iran, and he breaks down how we didn't leave a bunch of weapons in Afghanistan. Cut 2, Phil, go.
That were killed in Pakistan, the weapons that the Taliban used were the weapons that the U.S. left in Afghanistan, the goggles.
I haven't seen those reports, but let me remind you, please, take the opportunity to remind you, we didn't just leave a bunch of weapons in Afghanistan. This is a fallacy. This is a farce.
So everything that we have read, everything that we have heard, from equipment to military vehicles to weaponry, I forget what the number Trump threw out was $85 million. Some of the best stuff that this government and this military has ever had. That's all a complete lie. That's a total fabrication from those on the right. You talk about anytime you hear a politician talking and their lips moving, it's a lie. John Kirby, and I've given Kirby credit, in an administration that is awful at public speaking, he is one of the few in this administration that actually can speak properly. That being said, what he says is complete BS.
Well, to be fair, he said, we didn't just leave weapons in Afghanistan. That's what he said. He didn't say we didn't leave weapons in Afghanistan.
Okay.
He said we didn't just leave them there. No, they purposely left them there.
Yeah.
We planned on leaving them there. That was part of the gig because we were in over our heads and things escalated way too fast. He's already said that. So he didn't deny that they left them there.
That's true.
He was taking issue with the way in which they were left.
Okay. got to
So
pay
he was
attention
very
to the nuance and the context of the conversation. That's what the Democrats like to tell you, right?
exactly the excellent liars. And have you ever noticed whenever he's in front of the press, he always looks like a deer in the headlights. He always looks scared.
He does. Not as scared as Karine Jean-Pierre, because if the answer isn't in the binder, she doesn't know what to say. But he's got that. I know I'm in a tough spot out. He's out in the open, right? Like he's the deer on the highway in a 4-lane highway where you can't get off to the side quick enough.
Yeah, and KJP, I disagree with you. She doesn't look scared. She just gets mad, and she gets very full of herself, and she gets all haughty, and she's like, "That's it, no press conference for you," and she slams the binder and storms off.
And then she looks at the deuce man, and she's like, "Go ahead, Peter, hit me with your best shot. What do you got? Go ahead, Jackie Heinrich. What do you got?"
Well, speaking, so you guys keep queuing me up here, so this is good. So
I'm a professional. Okay.
Press Secretary KJP spoke about the economy and the state of the economy when he took over for former President Donald Trump. This will be cut 6 here. Phil, go.
Bidenomics. The White House is trying to sell this Bidenomics message heading into the election year. But we have a new Fox poll, and it shows that nearly half of voters, 46%, say the administration's policies have hurt them. And voters don't see the economy getting any better. They're twice as likely to see it getting worse next year. Why is that?
So I'll say this, and we've talked about this many times, right? The last few years have been challenging for the American people. We know that. Coming out of the pandemic, when the president walked into this administration, the economy was in a tailspin. It was. And so the president did everything that he can to make sure that we get this economy back on track. And we understand that Americans, feel like things are still unaffordable. We get that. And that is something that the president has said himself very recently. And that's why he's going to continue. When it comes to, that's why the Inflation Reduction Act is so important. Matter of fact, no Republican voted on that act. If anything, they're trying to repeal some really important provisions that deals with lowering the prescription drugs, right?
And
that
junk
deals with
fees.
lowering health care.
Don't forget junk
deals with
fees.
lowering energy costs. And so that is something that the president signed, and only Democrats voted for it. No Republicans did, and it's going to help the American people. And so there are historical actions that this president has taken that has shown, the data shows, that the economy is in a better place. But we understand that Americans don't feel it right now. That's why we're going to continue to talk about junk fees, making sure that
There
that
it
is
is.
something that
There's
we
the
deal with,
junk
right?
fees.
Making sure that we're beating Big Pharma and lowering drug costs for Americans. So there are ways that we're going to continue to make sure that the number one thing when it comes to Bidenomics that the president deals with, lowering cost, we're going to put that front and center. Matter of fact, the president's going to be in Milwaukee, Wisconsin tomorrow. You'll hear directly from him. He'll talk about Bidenomics. He'll talk about how small businesses is at the pillar of Bidenomics and how important it is. We have seen record application, more than 14 million applications for people wanting to start a small business. And that is because Bidenomics is indeed working.
No, it's not working. Nice of her to look at all those little Post-its in the binder. Did you see that at the end?
Yep.
All the different little colored sticky things.
Yeah.
Looked like my intro to contracts law book when I was in law school. I had all these little Post-its here so I could understand the explanation of X, Y, and Z. Americans aren't feeling it because Americans aren't actually seeing it. The cost of groceries, still the gas prices, home ownership is completely out of the equation for 25, 30-year-olds trying to buy a home for the first time. I don't know about you, Mary, but I do my grocery shopping every Friday after the show. And every Friday I say, all right, my weekend is upon me. No more thinking about politics. And then I go through the grocery store. I get to the checkout, and they say, it's going to be $138.50. And on the little thing on the giant machine, it says, is this okay? Yes or no? You hit yes. I want to hit no and just be like, no, it's not okay. Because I didn't buy anything and it's $138.
You know, what always strikes me about the KJP press conferences is she'll get mad. Like if they ask her questions she doesn't like, she'll tell them they're being rude and they have to have decorum, and she walks away. Does anyone remember Jim Acosta in the press briefing room and going after Donald Trump and going after Sarah Huckabee Sanders and everybody else? He'd stand there and scream. He'd scream at President Trump.
Yeah.
And the left cheered it on. Oh, he's challenging the president. He's, truth to power and all this other stuff. Now they sit there like a bunch of sheep and, they just shake their heads, except for, Jackie Heinrich and, James Rosen, John Gizzi over at Newsmax, Peter Doocy. Just for a couple of them, Simon Ateba is another one who will ask hard questions. But if they do, she gets mad, and the rest of them just sit there like it's perfectly okay. But they cheered on Jim Acosta when he would stand there and debate the press secretary or debate President Trump.
Jim Acosta, in the land of CNN unlikables, could be the king of unlikable. I mean, every person on CNN's got that miserable face. Dana Bash, Aaron Burnett. Anderson Cooper looks like he just had a bunch of blood withdrawn and he's on life support. But Jim Acosta is a very angry, vile human being. I do not like that guy.
Well, he's angry. He's very short.
Yeah. He's got short man syndrome.
That's probably why he probably has a little short man syndrome going on there.
Yeah.
That's going on. But, liberals are miserable because they suck the fun out of everything.
Yeah.
Everything is offensive to them. There's nothing good. If you say happy birthday, oh, really? Happy birthday? Happy birthday? Really? Because I'm a day closer to death, so you're going to wish me happy birthday?
Of you.
Right. There's always something wrong with everything. And when you live in that world and you're surrounded by people who are like that, it's got to be very depressing.
Yep. I agree. All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll come back and preview what's on tap at 10 o'clock this morning. Also give you a little rundown of what the holiday lineup will look like on Kayal and Company over the next 11 or 12 days. And we'll wrap it up with who won Twitter and YouTube today. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Wawa, because they have two great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. You can do it online with a digital gift card. Go to Wawa.com, pick one of their festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message. You can choose to have that gift card show up in the inbox instantly of the recipient, or schedule it to arrive at just the right moment. It is like magic. Or you can go on out and about and, partake in the hustle and the bustle. Stop by your favorite Wawa location in your neighborhood today and get a gift card for the Wawa fan in your life. Or how about some of the other brands like Amazon or Roblox? Grab one for your favorite boss, aunt, uncle, friend, loved one, whoever it might be. It's happy holidays from Wawa, because after all, it's your one-stop shop for gift cards. See store for details.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. You're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Looking for a new Ford? Winter Ford has the vehicle for you. Choose from our large selection of new F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, and Bronco Sports today. Winter Ford also takes care of you after the sale. Stop in their service department with no appointment necessary. Call 800-428-4000 for offer details. Visit in person or online at winterford.com. Winter Ford, people you trust, service and value you'll love.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill and Mike, Barkley. There's a whole new musical element to it. He performs with the City Rhythm Orchestra. So if you get an opportunity, get out and see the new Joe Conklin show.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26 and 27. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me. So I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, it's Christmas time.
Kayal and Company, 9:54 as we put a bow on a Wednesday show. Mary Walter in for Dawn this morning and again tomorrow. Tomorrow, the final show of the year for me. We will get to Who Won Twitter and YouTube today coming up in just a moment. But Anthony Dorenzo, who do we have lined up at 10 o'clock this morning in for Dawn? I know you told me about 5 minutes
Yes, we
ago.
have Pat Callahan coming in, and he's going to talk about the worst Christmas songs of all time. We'll also break down more of the Trump and, Colorado rulings. And actually, DeSantis just spoke out on all of that, so we might get into a little bit of that. But we'll be 10 till 12 live here for you. So.
All right.
I would like to nominate that Red Shoe song as the worst song ever for Christmas. I hate that song.
Not a fan, huh?
No, that kid's totally scamming about the shoes. He's going to come back and return them the next day and take the money to buy something he wants.
It has to be the Mariah Carey one. I can't stand it.
Oh, well, if you want that, you get that down the hallway.
I like that.
I know. It's my mom's favorite, too.
When you think Christmas music, Frank Sinatra, Mariah Carey, Bing Crosby, who comes to mind, Mary Walter?
Bing Crosby always comes to mind.
Okay. All right. I would
But my favorite is the David Bowie, Bing Crosby, Little Drummer Boy.
Oh, yes. Yes,
That's
very
my
good
favorite.
Very good rendition. Absolutely.
like
All right, Dorenzo, let's wrap it up today. Let's give out some awards for social media. Who won Twitter today? Who won?
Who won Twitter?
Yeah, I had
There
to
we
find the
go.
button.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Richard Notaro, who usually disagrees with me. I'll give him a shout-out just because he gave me some props for once. Young Master, A. Dorenzo 6 is on fire and totally correct. All politicians are liars. Extra chocolate in his stocking for Christmas. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate it. And then when it comes to who won YouTube, we have 91 LSXers, and he was saying Nick is a salad guy now. Surprising.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, you got to break up the beef and the bourbon from time to time with
Yeah.
some vegetables. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
All right. That will do it for us. Great job today, Mary. We will do this again tomorrow. And stay tuned for Pat Callahan. He's up next for Dawn. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. one more time for 2023. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
Can it be? Years from now, perhaps we'll see.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much